Chapter 1830. She had completely provoked Yi Shiwen. She didn't need anyone to teach her the principle of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. However, these royal experts were a little dumbfounded at this time. They didn't know who to listen to. After all, Yi Shiwen was brought here by Princess Tianqing. They couldn't afford to provoke either of the two parties. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen, take me with you, Princess Tianqing suddenly said at this time. Yi Shiwen was startled for a moment. Then his big hand moved towards Princess Tianqing and directly grabbed her in his hand. Just when they were hesitating, Yi Shiwen had already rushed into one of the teleportation arrays. He was gone and never returned. Chase! Chase him! The old man of the heavenly nunnery was so angry that he stomped his feet. He thought that all the space had been completely locked. He didn't expect that he would have such an opportunity to escape. Senior, there's no other way. Our teleportation arrays are all non-directional teleportation. Princess Hiyu revealed a helpless and bitter smile on her face. This kind of teleportation to the undead abyss naturally couldn't be directional teleportation. Otherwise, once those old monsters in the undead abyss found out about it, it would be a complete tragedy. If they were trapped like dumplings, even those big sects wouldn't be able to bear such a loss. Die, I must kill him. The old man of the heavenly nunnery gritted his teeth and roared. Yi Shiwen once again entered the transmission array. Immediately afterward, he felt a crazy force tearing the space, driving him to constantly distort it. Whoosh! By the time he came to his senses again, he was already in the undead soul abyss. The deathly energy that filled the sky was constantly invading his wounds. His face revealed a somewhat painful expression. The deathly energy in the undead soul abyss was very dense, not to mention that he was now in a state of complete and utter injury. At a glance, it was completely dark. Only a little ghost fire in the void illuminated the path in the undead abyss, so people could barely see the depths of the undead abyss. We are already in the dead soul abyss. Yi Shiwen glanced around and saw that they were in a very large plain. The abyss of dead souls was not an endless abyss. In fact, there was a vast world at the bottom of the abyss of dead souls. There was even a legend that the bottom of the abyss of dead souls was connected to the world of the dead. No one knew if this was true or not, but everyone knew that the abyss of dead souls was extremely dangerous. And at this time, Princess Tianqing was still in a state of shock. What happened just now was too thrilling. Yi Shiwen was almost killed by the old man of the heavenly nunnery. Now that you have offended the people of the Divine Union, they will definitely be waiting for you outside. They might even barge in directly. Princess Tianqing smiled faintly as she regained her high spirits. It's nothing. That old fellow is merely relying on the fact that he has trained longer than me. Once I step into the late profound life stage, he won't be able to do anything to me. Yi Shiwen said without a care. Yi Shiwen couldn't escape from that place previously. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the old man of the heavenly nunnery to catch him. Princess Tianqing's eyes sparkled. No one knew what she was thinking. However, the deathly aura here is so dense. That old fellow probably won't dare to come in. Yi Shiwen said. The deathly aura here was too dense. It was completely different from the feeling in the Nirvana pool. Although there was a lot of deathly aura in the Nirvana pool, there was vitality within the deathly aura. Endless vitality had facilitated Nirvana. However, it was different here. There was only endless deathly aura and nothing else. Under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't come in. However, it's hard to say this time. These people from the various sects have gone crazy in order to obtain the inheritance of the dead spirit lord. Profound death realm experts definitely wouldn't dare to come in casually, but profound life realm experts would still dare to barge in. In fact, if they could obtain the inheritance of the dead spirit lord, the deaths of a few profound life realm experts wouldn't be a big deal. Princess Tianqing said confidently, "You really know a lot. I'm afraid you're not that simple. Yi Shiwen glanced at Princess Tianqing and said, Princess Tianqing knew a lot of secrets from the very beginning. Even many princes didn't know about the secrets of the dead spirit abyss. She actually knew all of them. This in itself was mysterious enough. Princess Tianqing just chuckled. She looked around with a dazzling beauty. It must be said that Princess Tianqing was indeed very beautiful. If Yi Shiwen didn't have the enlightening mind ancient tree to guard his Tao heart at all times, and if he was replaced by an ordinary person, even a profound life realm expert might not be able to guard his Tao heart and not be tempted by her. Forget it. This is not important to me. If we cooperate, it will be beneficial for both sides. If we divide, it will be harmful for both sides. However, even if the old man of the heavenly nunnery was ferocious, he couldn't do anything to you. If you don't want to fall out with your dark nation, you actually don't need to come in with me. Yi Shiwen looked at Princess Tianqing and said, That's hard to say. Princess Tianqing, who was dressed in a thin black silk gown, blended in with the dark environment. Her white hands were behind her back. My status might be very noble, but there are dozens or even hundreds of princesses like me in the entire dark nation. This doesn't include my father's illegitimate son. If sacrificing me can appease the anger of the divine union, he definitely won't mind doing so. I'm actually not as important as you think. Let alone me. Even the 13th prince and the other popular candidates for the throne can be sacrificed with just a word. Princess Tianqing's eyes were bright as she grinned. Her red lips were slightly parted, making her look extremely alluring. However, her mind was very clear and she could see very clearly. The title of the princess of the country of darkness could be useful, but it could also be useless. I will never put myself in danger. Princess Tianqing said. Does your highness trust me that much? Yi Shiwen asked, finding it somewhat funny. At least it's much better than the people of the divine union. Princess Tianqing said with a faint smile. All right, I'm afraid some things have already smelled the scent while we were chatting. Yi Shiwen's gaze swept across the surroundings. Sure enough, hundreds of ferocious wolves had already surrounded them. Each of these ferocious wolves was as large as a mammoth. Their two huge eyes flickered with a blood-red light, like two lanterns. In the darkness of the abyss of dead souls, they were particularly eye-catching. However, their bodies were already completely rotten. Countless maggots were crawling on their rotting flesh. The stench was overwhelming, making them look even more frightening and gloomy. Bang! 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 These hundreds of ferocious wolves started to pounce towards the two of them in an instant. They were constantly growling as if they were alive. They split into different positions and pounced over in an organized manner. Compared to other creatures, wolves were more intelligent and cunning. Even the undead spirits were no exception. The entire ground was shaking violently. These hundreds of ferocious wolves were like thousands of soldiers and horses galloping forward with an imposing aura. Behind these hundreds of ferocious wolves was a ferocious beast the size of a small hill. It was another ferocious wolf, whose fur was emitting a gloomy glow. There weren't any maggots on its body. Evidently, it had evolved to a very advanced stage and was different from these ordinary undead spirits wolves. At the moment, it was glaring at Yi Shiwen and Princess Tianqing. Its eyes were like millstones, exuding a cold and merciless aura. It was holding the line at the back and also looking for the two's flaws. Unlike the ordinary undead spirits wolves, its body even faintly exuded the aura of a profound life realm expert. It was precisely because it had already entered the profound life realm that its body was able to produce vitality. This was why it was completely different from these maggot-covered, ferocious wolves. Moreover, it had regained its intelligence. Unlike the other wolves that only relied on their instincts, there was even a greedy look in its eyes. In this endless undead abyss, Yi Shiwen and Princess Tianqing's bodies surged unceasingly like the Yellow River. They were like bright lamps in the darkness, incomparably dazzling. The more powerful a martial artist was, the more powerful their aura would be. In fact, it could even make low-level martial artists feel this terrifying aura from afar. This was aura. Yi Shiwen had already entered the profound life realm middle stage. The aura on his body was surging like tens of thousands of galloping horses. Without deliberately concealing it, it was far too obvious. Although Princess Tianqing wasn't that powerful, as a king-grade expert, her aura was also extraordinarily tyrannical. So many undead spirits have surrounded us in such a short amount of time. If this had happened before the frenzy of undead spirits started, I'm afraid that thousands or even tens of thousands of undead spirits would have already surrounded us. No wonder even the top profound life realm experts and even profound death realm experts would have such a huge change in expression when the undead abyss was mentioned. Yi Shiwen said as he narrowed his eyes. Even profound death realm experts weren't willing to approach this undead abyss. It wasn't just because of the deathly aura that pervaded the area. More importantly, it was because of the endless number of undead spirits and ferocious creatures. Just as he was panicking, an undead spirit wolf had already pounced over. It opened its bloody mouth, and endless deathly aura began to condense. After which, it transformed into a terrifying shockwave and pounced towards Yi Shiwen with a bang. Humph! Yi Shiwen snorted coldly. The deathly aura shockwave before him was directly shattered. After which, he extended his hand and directly grabbed at the undead spirit wolf. Chapter 1831. Boom! The dead spirit ominous wolf was caught by Yi Shiwen on the spot and then exploded in the air. Yi Shiwen's speed was extremely fast. The dead spirit fierce wolf's flesh and blood splattered all over the sky. These dead spirit fierce wolves were at most in the celestial realm. Even if Yi Shiwen was in a state of serious injury, it was just a matter of a word for him to deal with these dead spirit fierce wolves. On the other side, Princess Tianqing was also facing a dead spirit fierce wolf and almost killed it on the spot. Although it was not as easy as Yi Shiwen, her white and tender little hands were like a pair of peerless killing weapons. Everywhere she went, the dead spirit fierce wolves were torn apart on the spot. The rotten flesh all over her body did not make her feel the slightest bit of fear. She was not like an ordinary girl at all. However, a girl who could enter the king rank, even if she looked delicate, must have some outstanding points. Whether it was courage or strength, she could not be underestimated. Boom! 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 Both of them attacked at lightning speed, leaving afterimages in the sky. They were like ferocious tigers coming down from the mountains. They directly killed the dead spirit wolves. They killed one with each palm. In just a few breaths' time, more than half of the dead spirit wolves had been killed. These dead wolves were very difficult to kill. It was very difficult for people of the same level to kill them. However, the two of them were even more straightforward, directly smashing into the sky full of flesh and blood. In this way, even if they did not die, they would still die. Both of them had a tacit understanding. They didn't stop moving for even a moment. They knew very well that if they continued to move like this, then more undead creatures would be attracted to them. When that time came, it would be impossible for them to escape. Especially at this time, Yi Shiwen was seriously injured. Even the Phoenix regeneration technique could not completely recuperate in a short period of time. His body's qi and blood were fluctuating, and he could not completely control it. It was even more conspicuous, like a searchlight in the night. Sure enough, he scanned the area with his spiritual force. Although the range he could scan was much smaller due to the endless, deathly qi, he could still see a dense group of black shadows moving in his direction. Although it had triggered the undead spirit frenzy and many evil creatures had crawled out of the Dead Soul Abyss, there were still a large number of terrifying evil creatures in the Dead Soul Abyss. These ferocious creatures were usually already very savage. Now that they felt the attraction of qi and blood, they became even more violent. Their roars had already penetrated the entire void and reached his ears. Roar! The dead, spirit-fierce Wolf King saw that more than half of its subordinates had been annihilated in a few breaths. It slowly stood up and then looked at Yi Shiwen with its ice-cold eyes. Its long fangs were biting down on its body. Suddenly he moved. Although his body was as large as a small mountain, his speed was like a gust of wind when he sprinted. In an instant, he had already crossed the void. The entire space was torn apart on the spot by him, and he instantly pounced towards Yi Shiwen. He could clearly feel that Yi Shiwen was the biggest threat between the two of them. As long as he got rid of Yi Shiwen, the remaining Princess Tianqing would be just a piece of meat on the chopping board. He could do whatever he wanted with her. The surging power of the dead turned into endless astral winds and instantly pounced towards Yi Shiwen. This astral winds turned into wind blades and slashed at Yi Shiwen's body. Clang! 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 The sound of metal colliding rang out. The endless astral winds turned into wind blades and collided with Yi Shiwen's body continuously. However, they could not really cut through the divine protection on the surface of Yi Shiwen's body. Roar! An earth-shattering roar sounded, and a huge crack was torn in the void. Then a huge wolf's claw came down from the sky. This claw seemed to be able to tear the world apart. Bang! There was a loud noise. Just as the huge wolf's claw was about to tear Yi Shiwen in half, he made his move. One of his hands directly grabbed towards the claw and turned into a huge golden hand. This huge golden hand and the huge wolf's claw collided fiercely, and terrifying shockwaves splashed out. In an instant, the shockwaves swept out in all directions. The space was like the waves on the surface of the water, and constantly distorted violently. The remaining dozens of dead spirit wolves were directly blasted away. Each of their huge, mammoth-like bodies were directly sent flying on the spot. Princess Tianqing was also constantly retreating, constantly resisting this frightening power. Her eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. This undead abyss was just too dangerous. Normally, even in the profound world, it was rare to see a profound life realm expert. However, in this undead abyss, they had already encountered one. And this was because the majority of the undead creatures had been placed on the ground by the undead tide. Otherwise, the density of the undead creatures in this place would simply be unimaginable. Thump, thump, thump. Both sides retreated a few steps. Yi Shiwen's stomp had completely shattered the ground beneath his feet. He could only feel a powerful blood and qi churning within his body, and a sweet taste in his throat. A collision of this level was already an extremely intense collision for him, who was already seriously injured. On the other side, the ferocious wolf had created a huge pit in the ground. Only then did it barely manage to dissipate the force and stabilized its body. A few traces of astonishment flashed within its ice-cold eyes. Although it was only a dead spirit beast, its intelligence was not inferior to that of a human's at this level. He had already stepped into the middle profound life stage. In fact, even an ordinary profound life stage martial artist would be swallowed by him in a single gulp. It was precisely because he possessed such great self-confidence that he was able to clearly sense Yi Shiwen's surging aura that belonged to a profound life stage expert. Yet, he still foolishly came to find trouble with Yi Shiwen. It could feel the surging qi from Yi Shiwen's body, and even had a faint premonition that if it could devour Yi Shiwen, it would be able to step into the profound life realm late stage and advance a step further. It would then have even more hope of escaping this endless abyss. Haha, again! Yi Shiwen laughed heartily. He swallowed the chest that was about to spit out and forcefully suppressed his injuries. At this time, he also knew that he could not continue like this. Otherwise, if more and more dead spirit beasts were to gather, he would have no choice but to die. He faced the sky and let out a long roar. after which he took a step forward. With a bang, the endless divinity within his body instantly spread out like a wave. Wherever it passed, it illuminated the entire dark, dead spirit abyss and made it seem as if it was daytime. It was as if he was in heaven, and not as if he had entered hell, like before. It was as if he had entered the world of the dead. It was gray, and he could not see any hope. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and golden divinity overflowed from the gaps between his fingers, after which it formed a monstrous cyclone. This huge cyclone had transformed into an incomparably huge universe. "Beast, eat my fist!" Yi Shiwen took a step forward, and his figure quickly disappeared from the void. It was as if he had teleported. However, there was not the slightest fluctuation in the space. This dead spirit fierce wolf king was not to be trifled with. It almost immediately saw through Yi Shiwen's plan. He did not use teleportation, but directly disappeared with his speed. Suddenly, there was a trace of understanding in its cold and ferocious wolf eyes, after which it rolled on the ground and turned to midair. It directly opened its bloody mouth, and endless fishy smell spurted out. More dead energy was absorbed, and instantly turned into a terrifying torrent of energy, blasting towards the void. And the moment this torrent of energy was produced, a figure directly jumped out from the void. "Beast, your reaction is quite fast, but it's too late." Yi Shiwen shouted loudly and blasted out a punch. The endless fist energy also turned into a torrent of energy and blasted towards the dead spirit fierce wolf king. Boom! With a loud roar, the 2 torrents of energy directly collided with each other and instantly annihilated each other. It was like a brilliant firework and directly blasted down. Then a stalemate occurred for a while, and then Yi Shiwen blasted out a golden shockwave, instantly suppressing the shockwave of the dead spirit fierce wolf king, and then formed a small mushroom cloud, annihilating everything, including space, time, and matter. "Go to hell!" However, a loud shout was heard, and then a golden fist penetrated through the small mushroom cloud and fiercely blasted on the head of the dead spirit fierce wolf king. Bang! With a loud roar, the entire head of the dead spirit fierce wolf king was smashed crookedly. In an instant, blood flowed from its 7 orifices, and even the hardest part of its body, the skull, was shattered on the spot. It could be seen how terrifying Yi Shiwen's punch was. At this time, the dead spirit fierce wolf king was constantly whimpering, and it understood that it seemed to have provoked an extraordinary person, and it could not afford to provoke him at all. "Go to hell!" Then another foot fell on the spot, and the body of the dead spirit fierce wolf king was trampled into 2 halves on the spot. The whole scene was extremely intense, as if a hill had been trampled on the spot and split into 2 halves. This dead spirit fierce wolf king was completely dead, and then it was immediately absorbed into the Tianyuan mirror by a bloody light. Puff! At this time, Yi Shiwen finally completely could not control himself, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. In order to suppress the injury, he had instantly erupted with the peak of his fighting strength, and it suddenly made his injury even more serious. At this time, he was completely unable to suppress the injury. Chapter 1832. Yi Shiwen's injuries were very serious, and he didn't even have time to recuperate before he was forced by the dead spirit fierce wolf king. He didn't even dare to delay. He could only forcibly suppress his injuries and push his combat power to the peak. Otherwise, although he was confident that he could finish off the dead spirit fierce wolf king, he wasn't sure that he could finish it off in the shortest time possible. Roar! Suddenly, an even more terrifying roar of the dead spirit was heard. Then a crisp sound of horse hooves could be heard, and the sky shook slightly. It was a terrifying tremor. Then Yi Shiwen saw a headless horseman riding a nightmare across the vast sky towards him. This horseman was tall, and he was wearing an iron coat. It was stained with blood and mottled spots. Even though countless years had passed, The blood spots on it were still fresh. The nightmare that he was riding on was more than 3 meters tall, and its whole body was burning with raging flames, just like a flaming horse. Although the two of them together couldn't be compared to an ordinary dead spirit fierce wolf. But Yishiwen could feel that the aura of the dead spirit fierce wolf king was far beyond that of the dead spirit fierce wolf king. Profound life, late realm. This was definitely a ferocious creature in the profound life, late realm. Yishiwen reacted almost immediately. This was definitely a monster in the profound life, late realm. Although it couldn't compare to the old man of the heavenly nunnery, it was still a terrifying opponent for him. Hurry up, Yishiwen. We definitely can't beat it. Princess Tianqing hurriedly reminded him at this time. In fact, Yishiwen didn't need her reminder. He had already taken action. The pair of wind and thunder wings behind him were fully unfolded. Then he directly held Princess Tianqing in his arms. Then he unfolded the wind and thunder wings and instantly flew into the sky. He didn't dare to stay for a moment longer. Damn it, why are there so many profound life realm ferocious creatures in the undead abyss? Yishiwen cursed in a low voice. This is because most of the ferocious creatures in the undead abyss have already crawled out of the ground. Otherwise, I'm afraid there would be more. Princess Tianqing hugged Yishiwen's waist with both hands and said with a smile, as if she wasn't the one who panicked just now, "This undead abyss is said to be the divine kingdom of the dead spirit lord. Countless dead spirits in it were the warriors of his divine kingdom, and they fought for him. It's not surprising that there are so many profound realm experts in an army of a deity, and a top-level deity at that." The fragrance of Princess's warm body assailed his nose, but Yishiwen didn't have the time to think at this time. The number of profound life-stage ferocious creatures within the Dead Soul Abyss had far exceeded his imagination. Even at his peak, he might not be a match for them, much less now that he was seriously injured. His fighting strength was not even half of his peak. The number of profound life realm ferocious creatures in the undead abyss was beyond his imagination. Even if he was at his peak, he might not be a match for them, let alone now that he was seriously injured. His battle strength was not even half of his peak. Behind them, the headless horseman was getting closer and closer. The nightmare under him was also a peerless horse, and it was getting closer and closer. The spear in its hand slowly grew bigger, and like a long dragon, it constantly spat out spear light, and its target was Yishiwen's back. Yishiwen didn't hesitate, and immediately rushed towards the east. Moreover, if we run around like this, we might alarm more profound realm ferocious creatures along the way. More and more ferocious creatures directly followed them, and they didn't dare to stop for even a moment. This won't do. If we continue like this, we'll definitely be caught. Furthermore, if we continue to run around like this, we'll likely attract the attention of even more mysterious realm monsters. If we're surrounded, then we really won't be able to survive. Princess Tianqing's expression gradually turned solemn as she calmly analyzed the situation. Yishiwen gritted his teeth. How could he not know this? But what other choice did he have now? Although his phoenix regeneration technique was amazing, and it was constantly recovering, according to this trend, he wouldn't be able to wait for it to fully recover, and the headless horseman would catch up to him. Immediately he gritted his teeth, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Then he said, "Whatever, let's fight it out here. Success or failure depends on this. I haven't confirmed my Tao. I can't die here." He roared, and the condensed blood in his body began to surge, and then it turned into a sky full of golden light and spread out. You're actually breaking through here." Princess Tianqing was in Yishiwen's arms, so she almost immediately realized what Yishiwen was doing, and her face couldn't help but flash a bit of surprise. This Yishiwen actually planned to directly break through while escaping. How crazy must a person be to come up with this idea? Anyone who wanted to break through would adjust themselves to the peak state before attempting it. In that case, the probability of success would also increase greatly. Now, Yi Shiwen was in a state of serious injury, and he didn't even have the usual probability of breaking through. Was he crazy? Although the mysterious realm, to a certain extent, paid more attention to that kind of mysterious understanding, she had never heard of anyone who could forcibly break through while escaping. It was simply unheard of. She had never heard of anyone who dared to do so. Maybe there was, but they must have died. She could understand that Yi Shiwen was also forced to do so at this time, but she was still extremely shocked. This was too crazy. Yes, at this time, do I have any other choice? If I don't want to die, I can only fight it out. Yi Shiwen roared. Although the existence of the enlightening mind ancient tree allowed him to be in the calmest state at all times, there was still a crazy blood in his bones. Moreover, this was the only choice so far. If he was caught by such a headless horseman, then he would really be finished. Boom! 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 The imposing aura on Yi Shiwen's body continued to rise, as if it was constantly exploding. With a loud bang, it swept out in circles. A somewhat crazed expression flashed across his eyes before he opened his mouth. Instantly, countless true yuan replenishing pills from the heavenly source mirror transformed into a torrent of energy and directly gushed into his mouth, providing him with an endless supply, allowing him to continuously break through to the profound life late stage. He had never made a breakthrough in such an urgent situation before. In other words, he had never completed the magnificent feat of breaking through every second. He could only feel countless surging true yuan filling every corner of his body, causing him to feel as if his entire body was about to explode. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. An incomparably painful expression appeared on his face. However, he didn't stop in the slightest. This madness was still continuing. In fact, he was already unable to feel the flow of time. He could only feel that every second was as long as a century. Boom! 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 The horrified expression on Princess Tianqing's face became even more intense. He really did it, and he really did it. In a short span of a few breaths, he had already broken through countless times. In fact, before the first breakthrough was completed, he had already started the next one. At this rate, an ordinary person's body would directly explode. At the beginning, she was extremely worried that the person she was hugging would directly explode on the spot, and she would also explode into nothingness. However, she quickly discovered that Yi Shiwen had actually blocked it and did not self-destruct. At this moment, she discovered that she had still greatly underestimated this man. Even though her evaluation of him was increasing every minute and second, she had still far underestimated his ability and underestimated his level. In fact, it had even far exceeded the limits of her imagination. In the end, she had also become numb. She could only use one word to describe him, and that was monster. This guy is really a monster, not a human. The headless horseman was getting closer and closer. Soon, the two could almost hear the panting of the nightmare stroke. Wherever it passed, the flames on the nightmare stroke's body would burn the sky into pieces. Some undead creatures that could not dodge in time were also burned alive. This headless horseman did not have the slightest bit of mercy, even though they were both undead creatures. Roar! The headless horseman let out a silent roar, and directly caused the air in the void to vibrate crazily. Then he directly struck with his spear. The spear was like a dragon, and a cold light appeared. In the void it grew bigger and bigger, and then fiercely blasted towards Yi Shiwen's back. This distance was enough for him to strike. Bang! However, a loud roar was heard. The yin-yang life and death diagram rose above Yi Shiwen's head, and a light curtain hung down to protect him, blocking this spear. However, the light curtain hanging down from the yin-yang life and death diagram was completely shattered in an instant. The remaining power also poured into Yi Shiwen's body, causing him to stagger. His blood and qi churned, and he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. I'm going all out. Break through, break through. Yi Shiwen continuously roared. Just a little bit more. He could feel that the barrier of the realm was just a little bit more. Just a little bit more, and he would be able to break through. His expression was crazy, but his eyes were incomparably calm. He knew what he was doing every minute and every second. Seeing that his attack did not work, the Headless Horseman did not stay any longer. Then he suddenly struck with his spear again. A terrifying power condensed on the spear, and then he instantly struck. It pierced through the sky and directly blasted towards Yi Shiwen's head. Like the previous spear, there was almost no time to rest. It did not give Yi Shiwen any chance to catch his breath. At this critical moment, a powerful force suddenly exploded from Yi Shiwen's body. His chi finally broke through the barrier of the middle stage of Profound Life realm at the critical moment and directly rushed into the late stage of Profound Life realm. Chapter 1833. The aura on Yi Shi's body had already traversed the vast sky in an instant, and the entire void had turned into endless golden light. Amidst the endless golden light, a huge hand directly grabbed out and collided with the entire spear. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a terrifying aura directly scattered in all directions. The void was completely blasted into powder, and everything seemed to have been scattered. In this endless wave of aura, two figures directly fell out. These two people were none other than Yi Shiwen and Princess Tianqing. At this time, Princess Tianqing was completely protected by Yi Shiwen's body. At least she wasn't injured. Otherwise, with her strength at the king stage, it would be completely impossible for her to block the surprise attack of a Profound Life realm expert, even if it was just the aftermath of the battle. In the collision just now, Yi Shiwen was completely at a disadvantage, but his face was full of excitement. Finally, he had broken through to the Profound Life late realm. For him, this was undoubtedly a very important step. After entering the Profound Life late realm, he wouldn't even need to be afraid of experts at the peak of the Profound Life realm. As long as he did his best, he would be able to escape from their hands. If he encountered the old man of Heaven's nunnery again, even if he wasn't a match for him, he wouldn't have to flee into the undead abyss like a stray dog. At the very least, he would have the confidence to escape. The Headless Horseman turned to Yi Shiwen and seemed to be a little surprised that Yi Shiwen wasn't killed by the spear. At this time, Yi Shiwen calmed his breathing and suppressed his surging chi and blood. He continued to take deep breaths, and the aura on his body continued to rise with every breath he took. There were earth-shaking changes every minute and every second. Every minute and every second, the aura on his body continued to rise crazily. Although he was still in a state of serious injury, Yi Shiwen's state at this time was completely different from before. Moreover, after entering the Profound Life late realm, his strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. The Phoenix regeneration technique in his body was operating more intensely, and his recovery speed was greatly improved compared to before. In a few breaths, Yi Shiwen's strength had already recovered to a considerable extent. Compared to the state of being on the verge of death just now, there was already a huge improvement. His face was also getting more and more rosy. Ha ha ha, interesting. Let's fight again. He looked up to the sky and directly swallowed hundreds of elixirs for consolidating his foundation. Who knew how many hundreds of millions of crystal stones were burned? But he directly swallowed them all in one breath. Boom! The aura on his body rumbled once again, rising to another level. Seeing that his aura was getting stronger and stronger, the Headless Knight seemed to have finally realized the problem. Without any hesitation, he raised the spear in his hand, and the shapeshifter under him let out a long neigh. Then its four hooves began to dig continuously, causing the sky to tremble. The nightmare flew out directly. Almost in an instant, the Headless Horseman had already rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. His spear directly traversed the vast sky and rushed over. Good timing! Yi Shiwen laughed out loud. He didn't back down at all. His big hand grasped the void, and endless golden light condensed into a long sword. Then it fiercely chopped down towards the long spear. Boom! There was a loud roar, and the void was completely shattered. This collision was even more intense than the previous collision. Both the Headless Knight and Yi Shiwen didn't hold back at all. For both sides, their opponent was sufficiently tyrannical, and they couldn't hold back at all. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Shiwen took a few steps back in succession, and only then did he barely remove the force on his body. The entire sky had been completely shattered. This terrifying power had completely shattered the space around it. Yi Shiwen wasn't shocked, but happy instead. This time, it was much better than before. At least, he wasn't blasted away by a single spear. Boom! 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 The fierce collision between both sides continued, and it was getting more and more intense. When Yi Shiwen's unparalleled tyrant body was activated, it was like the reincarnation of an ancient overlord. Every move he made had a kind of invincible, heroic aura that could uproot mountains and rivers. As for the Headless Knight, who was an unknown powerhouse, his physical body was also incomparably tyrannical, and he was actually able to fight evenly with Yi Shiwen. However, as time passed, Yi Shiwen's aura also became more and more powerful. His aura that had just entered the profound life late realm had completely stabilized, and even his aura had a tendency to rise to the next level. Moreover, as his injuries continued to recover, his combat power also rose at an astonishing speed. Originally, his Phoenix regeneration technique had an excellent recovery ability, but the premise was that he could withstand the enemy's attacks. Originally, he didn't have this ability when he was seriously injured, and as the battle became more intense, so did his injuries. However, as he stepped into the late profound life stage, all of his problems were easily resolved. So strong! At this time, Princess Tianqing stared at Yi Shiwen with an inexplicable look in her eyes. This Yi Shiwen was much more tyrannical than she had initially expected. In fact, he was much more tyrannical. Bang! 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 As the battle continued, Yi Shiwen began to slowly turn the situation around. Initially, he wasn't a match for the Headless Knight at all, but suddenly he steadily gained the upper hand. Moreover, as his cultivation of the profound life late realm slowly stabilized, his strength also became more and more tyrannical. In the sky, the golden sword radiance shot in all directions. Under Yi Shiwen's control, it bombarded the Headless Knight's body in an astonishing manner. Thump, thump, thump. This time, it was the Headless Knight who was forced to take a few steps back. A huge wound on its chest was torn open. If it was a normal living creature, it would have been severely injured by this time. Only this Headless Knight, which was a corpse, could persist and did not collapse on the spot. That's all. Yi Shiwen sneered. He had thoroughly understood the strength of this Headless Knight. Even among the experts of the profound life late realm, it was still considered tyrannical. However, in front of Yi Shiwen, it was still not enough. Yi Shiwen opened his mouth, and countless elixirs were directly burned. They turned into a long river of spiritual energy and directly flowed into his body on the spot. The aura in his body was constantly rising. It was like the sea that would never stop, like the Yangtze River or the Yellow River. He was constantly becoming stronger. In the Demon King's treasury, there were countless elixirs that saved ordinary people countless years of bitter cultivation. Clang! The golden sword in his hand moved again and slashed down on the spot. Golden light tore through the sky and spread out like a wave, sweeping in all directions. Bang! After a violent collision, the rising light spread wildly in all directions. This Headless Knight was directly blasted away on the spot. The shapeshifter beneath him was directly slashed away by the sword along with him. The powerful force even broke the shapeshifter's forelegs, causing blood to spurt out. At this time, the Headless Horseman seemed to have finally realized that Yi Shiwen had probably completely recovered. The Headless Horseman's chi and blood were surging constantly, climbing to the extreme, completely crushing the Headless Horseman's body. In just a short period of time, Yi Shiwen had already surpassed ordinary people. Perhaps they would need hundreds or even thousands of years to directly climb to the peak. Of course, the premise was that he had consumed countless elixirs from the Demon King's treasury. To others, even the immortal inheritance of an emperor lord could not afford to consume so much on a single person. However, Yishuin could. He did not have any influence at all and did not need to consider any long-term development. All the resources could be used on himself. He was not afraid at all. Yishuin's next attack arrived in the blink of an eye. The golden long sword transformed into a huge mountain pillar, broke through the vast sky, and fiercely fell on the headless horseman's body. Bang! This headless knight and the shapeshifter beneath him were both nailed to the ground. They constantly struggled, but Yishuin's sword was still wreaking havoc, not giving him any chance to recover at all. He was nailed to the ground, constantly struggling and screaming, but there was no way out. Slowly, he finally stopped moving. He could not move at all and directly died in Yishuin's hands. At this time, the undead who had been watching the battle from afar and did not dare to approach the battle between the two profound life realm experts also hurriedly scattered at this time. Although these undead were valiant and did not fear death, their cultivation was very high. Although they were corpses that had died a long time ago, they had regained consciousness a long time ago. They were not ungrateful. They originally wanted to take advantage of the situation. Who knew that Yishuin would be so ferocious? This headless knight was also a supreme lord in the vicinity and ruled over an area of undead. They did not expect to die in Yishuin's hands just like that. In the void, Yishuin's figure was floating, shining with golden light. He was especially like a god. Princess Tianqing, where is the divine tool of your country of darkness? Let's go and get it first. Yishuin indifferently said. His confidence had greatly increased after he had stepped into the late stage of Profound Life Realm. Even if he encountered an expert at the peak of the Profound Life Realm, he would not be afraid and could escape easily. He would not be chased like a stray dog like before. Yishuin decided to settle this matter first, and then go look for the inheritance of the undead spirit lord. At that time, there should be some news about it. It was better than having no news at all. Yishuin didn't know anything about it. Chapter 1834. Have you really decided to help me? Princess Tianqing looked at Yishuin in surprise. She had already told Yishuin that he could do whatever he wanted after coming here. In other words, Yishuin didn't need to bear any responsibility and didn't need to fight for the country's divine tool for her. Well, let's go and have a look first. Yishuin nodded and said, after entering the late stage of Profound Life Realm, he had become even more powerful and confident. Compared to before, he couldn't be measured in terms of strength. Our Country of Darkness divine artifact is a supreme artifact that our ancestors obtained from the undead abyss. I'm not afraid to tell you that it's said to be one of the artifacts of the Dark Lord, a deity under the undead lord. It's extremely powerful. Our Country of Darkness was able to establish a foothold in the undead abyss and survive the most dangerous time at the beginning because of this artifact. Princess Tianqing thought for a moment and decided to tell him. Yishuin would soon know anyway. There was no point in hiding it. A divine tool belonging to a deity? Is it really a divine tool? Yishuin's eyes lit up. He had only heard that it was a divine tool of the Dark Country. However, he didn't take it seriously. What was a divine tool? It was a weapon that belonged to the deities. However, many divine weapons in the mortal world dared to call themselves divine tools. Therefore, he didn't take it seriously. However, it was completely different if it was a divine tool. Just look at the Taitsong seal. A king-level powerhouse could compete with the deities. The Taitsong seal was comparable to a divine tool. If it was fully awakened, it would be infinitely powerful. If King Taitsong was here with the Taitsong seal in his hand, he would naturally be fearless. But now the artifact spirit of the Taitsong seal was being restricted everywhere. The human race was still being suppressed. There was no other reason. Although the human race had the Taitsong seal, The other races also had divine weapons or king weapons of titled kings. They might be fearful if they didn't know about the tithe song seal, but if they saw through the true nature of the tithe song seal, the human race might be exterminated at any moment. Even so, there was no doubt that a divine tool or a king-level weapon was infinitely powerful. Well, that's right, it's a divine tool. Princess Tianqing looked at Yi Shiwen with interest. However, it's an incomplete divine tool. It seems that a divine war broke out in the past, and this divine tool was also damaged. So that's how it is. No wonder. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. If it was truly a flawless divine tool, then perhaps all the major sects would come to compete for it. But even so, a divine artifact is still a divine artifact. Even if it's incomplete, its power is still enough to sweep through a large area, Yi Shiwen said. But you can rest assured that I will not stoop so low as to snatch your divine tool. If it was an unrelated person, he might have really made a move. If he had a divine artifact in his hands, even if it was a damaged divine artifact, then his chances of winning against the abyssal demon master would be much higher. The yin-yang life and death diagram in the abyssal demon master's hands was also a divine artifact level existence, and the one in his hands was only a small half of it. Even so, its power was still quite shocking. That's not necessary. If you need it, I can even give it to you. Princess Tianqing blinked her eyes and said, "There's no such thing as a free lunch in the sky. Her Royal Highness must have a reason for saying so." Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said, in the end, he still had to compete for it. If he couldn't get it, then everything would be in vain. It could be said that he was being generous with others' money. But even so, he was still shocked by Princess Tianqing's generosity. Reason? What reason do I need? Princess Tianqing heard this and suddenly smiled. Then she giggled. Besides, I'm alone now. I'm relying on you to compete for the divine artifact. If you can really get it, then it's your own ability. Forget it. No matter what, let's go there first. Yi Shiwen said. He didn't care what Princess Tianqing was trying to say. However, this proposal was also the best for him. All right, then, let's talk about it. In the southeast of the undead abyss, there is an incomparably huge underground cave. This underground cave used to be a treasure trove of the Lord of Darkness. The ancestor of the country of darkness once went there with a divine artifact in order to open this treasure trove. Unfortunately, he died in the end, and even the divine artifact was left inside. Princess Tianqing sighed and said, "Now, I think that my brothers have already rushed over there. If we're a little late, then it may have nothing to do with us. Since you already knew the location, why didn't you bring the divine artifact back earlier?" Yi Shiwen asked. Because we don't have the strength to bring the divine artifact back from the underground treasure trove by ourselves. Therefore, we must rely on the strength of the major sections. This time, in order to obtain the inheritance of the undead soul lord, the major sects will send a large number of experts to stall the evil creatures that have already crawled out of the abyss. This will buy us enough time. At the same time, the evil creatures in the undead soul abyss will also be minimized. Princess Tianqing said. Yi Shiwen suddenly understood. So, when the major sects were using the Dark Nation was also using the power of the major sections. It was nothing more than mutual benefit. Let's get there first, Yi Shiwen said. After saying this, he brought Princess Tianqing along with him in a golden light. Then he turned into a golden light and disappeared into the sky. In the sky, endless death energy turned into astral winds and blew on Yi Shiwen's face. It was like a highly toxic venom, constantly eroding Yi Shiwen's divinity. Yi Shiwen. Yi Mo's voice suddenly resounded in Yi Shiwen's mind. What's wrong? Yi Shiwen asked. At this rate of consumption, I'm afraid that even the Devil King's treasure trove will be completely consumed by you soon. Yi Mo said. How can it be so fast? Yi Shiwen asked. When the Devil King left the Devil King's treasure trove, his cultivation was only at the Devil God level. It was far from the glory of the Emperor level. Naturally, it was not comparable to the past. Many of the wealth that he left behind had evaporated in order to maintain the operation of the treasure trove for countless years. Now a lot of the wealth is reserved for the operation of the treasure trove. Yemo said the treasure trove is divided into 3 layers. You've only opened the 2nd layer after entering the profound life realm. As for the 3rd layer, unless you can prove your Tao, you won't be able to open it. Therefore, your current wealth has almost been consumed. How is this possible? Even so, my consumption alone has not reached such a level, Yi Shiwen said with some surprise. Now, these wealth are not consumed by you alone. The speed of the young great rock's absorption is faster than yours. It has already entered the profound life realm intermediate stage. It is not much slower than you. Also, if the star beast wants to recover to its peak, it also needs a huge amount of wealth. In addition to the restoration of Tianyuan Mirror and your huge consumption, even if the Devil King left behind a lot of wealth, it is not enough, Yemo said. Yi Shiwen immediately recalled. This was indeed the case, and he could not help but feel a headache. Back when he was still at the heaven stage, he only felt that this amount of wealth was endless. However, after he stepped into the profound life stage, the speed at which he consumed resources increased exponentially. Naturally, it was no longer the same as before. Moreover, the wealth that the Devil King left behind was originally for the purpose of cultivating descendants. If it was only used by one person, then it was more than enough. Who knew that except for Yi Shiwen, who did not play by common sense, whether it was Tianyuan Mirror, Star Beast, or Young Great Rock, their consumption was not much less than his. How much wealth do I have left now? Yi Shiwen asked. If you add it up and convert it into a large-scale dragon vein, it is about 10 dragon veins. If you continue to absorb it like this, I am afraid that you can only last until you enter the profound life realm peak. Yemo analyzed calmly. This made Yi Shiwen feel a sense of urgency. The remaining wealth was likely to become a constraint for him to advance. If he wanted to open the 3rd level of the Devil King's treasure vault, he must reach the level of Tao validation. However, he was currently in the time for Tao validation. Therefore, he was even more determined to obtain the inheritance of the Lord of Dead Spirits. He had no other choice. If you want to Tao validation now, the best way is to obtain the inheritance of the Lord of Dead Spirits. Yemo said, although it is not the same path, the Lord of Dead Spirits is a top deity. With such strength, there should be no pressure for him to help you Tao validation. Well, I understand. Yi Shiwen nodded. The speed of the escape light under his feet increased, and he directly headed for the underground treasure vault left behind by the Lord of Darkness. That's right. It's best if you can purchase some Xian pills now. You've already stepped into the profound life stage. Ordinary elixirs and medicines, even standard grade ones, will no longer have much of an effect on you. Only by consuming Xian pills will your cultivation continue to rapidly advance. He said, this is a Xian pill that can only be condensed by someone who has entered the profound life realm. This Xian pill is not an ordinary elixir. It is refined by combining one's own understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, the power of laws and spiritual energy. If an ordinary person consumes a Xian pill, their cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Is it that impressive? How much is a Xian pill? Yi Shiwen asked. This kind of profound core is extremely precious. Even a profound life stage expert would only be able to condense around 10 of them in a month. Using the dragon vein as a calculation, merely 1,000 of them would require a large dragon vein. So expensive. Yi Shiwen was secretly surprised. A large-scale dragon vein could even make a force rise in ancient times and become a top force below the Marquis realm. One could imagine how precious a dragon vein was. Even so, it could only be exchanged for about 1,000 Xian pills. It was simply shocking. Chapter 1835. It's precisely because this Xian core can allow profound realm experts to advance by leaps and bounds. That's why it's so precious. Yimo said, because for any profound realm expert, even for them, Xian cores are always in short supply. They also need Xian cores to help them make breakthroughs. Generally, the Xian cores that they condense are consumed by themselves. This is also a hard currency among profound realm experts. Some people also use it to buy medicinal herbs, heavenly treasures, and so on. Yi Shiwen had previously swallowed countless Xian cores in one breath. Apart from feeling that he was rich, it was also because these Xian cores weren't very useful for the current Yi Shiwen. Therefore, he had to swallow even more. It turns out that the production is so low. No wonder neither the ancient giant crocodile nor the other profound life realm experts saw any Xian cores. Yi Shiwen said, but even if there are Xian cores, it's impossible to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. It's nothing more than the same as the spirit crystals. Well, that's right. But don't look at profound realm experts like an ordinary person. They are the people closest to Tao confirmation. For them, anything that isn't related to Tao confirmation is not very interesting to them. In fact, the value of Xian cores is far lower than that of dragon veins. However, there's no market for them. This is the reality. Exchanging Xian cores for dragon veins is easy, but exchanging dragon veins for Xian cores is very difficult. Yi Mo said. So that's how it is. Yi Shiwen nodded. At this time he could also understand these things. After all, he had already stepped into the profound life realm. He had already stepped into this level. Naturally, he could understand some of the thoughts of this level. However, this matter still rang an alarm bell for him. He didn't have that much wealth on him anymore. It was impossible for him to continue wasting it without limit. He needed to find other sources of wealth. At this time, the importance of that underground treasury suddenly rose to a whole new level in Yi Shiwen's heart. Yi Shiwen's speed was extremely fast. When he flew at full speed in the undead soul abyss, it could be said that he was as fast as lightning. Along the way, all the dead spirits and ominous creatures that he encountered in the sky were directly defeated by Yi Shiwen. After stepping into the late profound life realm, Yi Shiwen's strength had simply undergone an earth-shaking change. Slowly, he finally approached the underground treasury that Princess Tianqing had mentioned. What's that? Yi Shiwen suddenly discovered that a battle was taking place in the distance. It was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He was dressed in a luxurious robe and exuded a noble and unparalleled aura that completely enveloped his body. His face was expressionless. Every time he raised his hand or took a step, the entire world rumbled as if it was about to collapse. In front of him was an extremely terrifying nightmare beast. Furthermore, it was the king of nightmares. Its limbs were thick and sturdy, and every breath it exhaled was filled with nightmare flames. Xiao Chuan was no match for this 20-year-old youth at all. Under his battle, he was simply retreating step by step. That Jun Dingtian is so strong. I was wrong about him. Yi Shiwen used a magical power to display the distant scenery in front of him using his divine sense. Princess Tianqing was also able to see the scene over there. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but be somewhat shocked. Do you know him? Yi Shiwen asked. Yes, he is my big brother's consecrator. He is the most mysterious one among the consecrators. I originally thought that he might have some skills, but I didn't expect him to be so tyrannical. Princess Tianqing quickly said, It seems that he is even stronger than you. Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes. He could feel an extremely terrifying and dangerous aura from this young man. He hadn't felt this kind of aura for a long time because those who could make him feel threatened were much more tyrannical than him. However, Jun Dingtian seemed to be in the late stage of the profound life realm, but it could actually make him feel threatened. It had been a long time since he felt this way. While the two of them were talking, the battle between June Dingtian and the nightmare beast had come to an end. This nightmare beast was very powerful and had also stepped into the profound life realm. It was very difficult to deal with, but in the end it could only yield to June Dingtian's power. Then, June Dingtian directly mounted the nightmare beast, turned into a green smoke, and disappeared into the sky. This June Dingtian is very powerful. A nightmare beast of the same level is considered a rare ominous beast. Ordinary experts of the same level can't do anything to a nightmare beast. But it was so vulnerable in June Dingtian's hands. It was almost like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Yishiwen said, "Follow him. This June Dingtian must also be looking for the divine artifact of the nation." Princess Tian Qing quickly said, "If he finds it first, then Big Brother will probably be able to sweep away everything and finally ascend the throne." "Yes." Yishiwen nodded. Then his body turned into a ball of golden light and directly followed. Soon, Yishiwen caught up with June Dingtian. However, in order to not be discovered, he had been following him from a distance and did not directly rush forward. Both of them walked along the way, tracking each other. After walking for a full hour, they finally stopped in front of a huge plain. The divine artifact of the Nation of Darkness was lost in the treasury under this plain. As long as you can help us find it, this divine artifact will belong to you. Princess Tianqing said, "What will you get out of it?" Yishiwen asked. As the saying goes, there is always an early morning. He did not believe that Princess Tianqing would give up a divine artifact just because she liked him. "Of course, I have my own request, but I believe that it won't make things difficult for you. No matter what your request is, exchanging it for a divine tool should be worth it." Princess Tianqing looked at Yishiwen and said with an incomparably scorching look in her eyes. Yishiwen thought for a long time and finally nodded. Yishiwen looked over and saw that June Dingtian had directly fallen into a group of people. The group of people looked like a group of 20 people, but each of them was actually an expert of the profound life realm. Their tyrannical strength was terrifying, and it was terrifying. "Is that the First Prince's team?" Yishiwen asked. "Yes, that's right. First Brother is the eldest son of the Emperor Father, and he is also the eldest son of the first wife. He is fully deserving of being the heir to the throne. Therefore, when First Brother was born, many people thought that he would be the future emperor. Now he has only cultivated for more than 2,000 years and has already entered the profound life realm. That middle-aged man leading the group is him." Princess Tianqing pointed at the leader of the group. It was a middle-aged man dressed in an imperial robe. He had a dignified aura, and he had a dignified aura. This first prince was actually also a profound life stage expert. This was much better than recruiting profound life stage experts. After all, how could the profound life stage experts he recruited be compared to the profound life stage experts he himself was a profound life stage expert? Beside the first prince were many other profound life stage experts. However, from the uniform on their bodies, it was likely that they were from the same faction. This faction was the Heaven Desolate Palace. Among the many supporters of the first prince, the Heaven Desolate Palace was the one that spared no effort. In order to help the first prince obtain the throne of the country of darkness, the Heaven Desolate Palace had spent countless resources to rope in many profound life realm experts. Other than the experts of the Heaven Desolate Palace, there were also many other independent cultivators of the country of darkness. Although they were only independent cultivators, they had already stepped into the profound life realm, and none of them were simple. At this moment, the entire First Prince's group was in a complete mess. Everyone was talking about themselves. Although the First Prince had already stepped into the profound life stage, everyone present was stronger than him. It was extremely difficult for him to truly restrain these unruly and unworldly experts. "Now, we should be the first to reach the treasury. This is great. In this way, we can be the first to obtain the treasures and the divine weapon of the country. At that time, His Highness's ascension to the throne is almost certain. We, the independent cultivators following His Highness, will finally have a day of success. Yes, hurry up. The death chi in the abyss of the dead souls is too thick. We have only been in for a short while, but I already feel uncomfortable. If we don't get out as soon as possible, then it is very likely that we will die in here. An expert of the Heaven Desolate Palace said, "Aren't we waiting for June Dingtian to come? If he comes, everything will be much simpler for us." At this time, another independent cultivator said, "Humph, why wait for him to come? He left the team on his own. What is he trying to do? Does he have any discipline?" An expert of the Heaven Desolate Palace said disdainfully, "Moreover, it is enough for His Highness to have the assistance of our Heaven Desolate Palace. There is no need for this arrogant guy." "That's right, this arrogant guy doesn't deserve to stay. His Highness's hegemony does not need such a person." At this time, the people of the Heaven Desolate Palace echoed one after another. As more than half of the people of the Heaven Desolate Palace were from the Heaven Desolate Palace, they formed a huge momentum in an instant. "I don't deserve to stay, but do you think you do?" At this time, a cold and ruthless voice swept across the void. Then there was a flash in the void, and a figure that was flickering with purple flames jumped out. Everyone fixed their eyes on the figure and saw that it was June Dingtian who was riding on the nightmare. At this time, the people who were aggressive and wanted to suppress June Dingtian all swallowed a mouthful of saliva and felt that it was a little difficult to breathe. Chapter 1836. At this moment, they could all feel the dangerous aura emanating from June Dingtian's body, which made their hair stand on end. They even had the urge to retreat, as if they were facing a ferocious beast. "June Dingtian, am I wrong? What time is it now? How dare you come out without permission and make us wait for you here? What should we do if the other prince's men arrive first?" The profound life realm expert from the Heaven Wasteland Palace said with difficulty, "What else can we do? It's simple. Just kill them all. Won't there be no more trouble then?" June Dingtian said with a cold smile. His tone was filled with killing intent and was cold and ruthless. At this moment, many of the profound life realm experts felt a chill run down their spines. Kill them all? Although the princes might not be as strong as the first prince individually, there were still quite a number of profound life realm experts among them when they joined forces. June Dingtian was really arrogant and despotic to want to capture all of them in one fell swoop. How is that possible? Don't joke around. The profound life realm expert swallowed his saliva and said boldly, "What's impossible about it? It's just that you can't do it, but it doesn't mean that I can't do it." June Dingtian sneered and took a big step forward. His shapeshifter neighed obediently, without the slightest trace of the ferocious Beast King's power. If it weren't for the purple flames burning on his body, ordinary people would have thought that he was just an ordinary horse. "Song Fei, come out." June Dingtian's gaze swept directly to a middle-aged man in the Heaven Wasteland Palace camp. He had a square face and a look of bewilderment on his face. You've actually entered the late stage of the profound life realm? How is this possible? I clearly saw you enter the mid-stage of the profound life realm 10 years ago. How did you enter a whole new realm so quickly?" Song Fei said in surprise. As time passed, he was sure that his senses were right. June Dingtian had definitely entered the late stage of the profound life realm. What's so impossible about it? I found a small inheritance. This is just a small improvement. It's nothing. For Niemanen, this is something you can't understand. June Dingtian said indifferently. Originally, you and I were on equal footing among the first prince's worshippers. But now, you're only at the mid-profound life realm. Do you think you're qualified to be on equal footing with me? I want the authority to lead, and you can only obediently cooperate with me. Otherwise, I will not be lenient. What? You want to go against your superior? Song Fei asked in surprise. What do you mean by insubordination? I'm stronger. You're the one who's insubordination. Jun Dingtian said nonchalantly. Jun Dingtian, don't forget that all of our elders are here. Although they're not here now, it doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want. The strength of the late stage of the profound life realm is not enough for you to be so arrogant. Song Fei warned immediately. He suddenly felt powerless in the face of Jun Dingtian, who had already entered the late stage of the profound life realm. 10 years ago, he saw Jun Dingtian enter the mid-stage of the profound life realm from the late stage of the profound life realm. In just 10 years, Jun Dingtian had already entered the late stage of the profound life realm. To him, it was an astonishing speed. He had spent thousands of years to enter the mid-stage of the profound life realm from the late stage of the profound life realm. Jun Dingtian's speed was just too fast. They're just a bunch of useless, old men who haven't cultivated anything yet. They don't deserve to be mentioned in front of me. As for how I face them, that's my business. You don't have to worry about it. Now I'll give you 2 choices. First, you choose to submit to me. Otherwise, all of you from the Heaven Wasteland Palace will die. Jun Dingtian said domineeringly. You. Song Fei said gloomily. His biggest reliance was the fact that the other elders of the Heaven Wasteland Palace had followed him here. However, they weren't here at the moment. However, he was still worried about intimidating ordinary people. Who knew that he would be ignored like this? I just want you to cooperate with me at this moment. As for the other things in this treasure vault, you can take whatever you want. When the time comes, you'll be rewarded. However, if you fail me at this moment, I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead. Jun Dingtian's voice was getting colder and colder. His eyes were getting more and more gloomy. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. They didn't think much of it before. However, at this moment, they realized that Jun Dingtian's strength had completely surpassed all of them unknowingly. Song Fei, I know that you have no choice but to submit to me. I also know that you're not convinced on the surface. However, do you really think that I can't defeat you when I was on the same level as you? I'm just afraid of the Heaven Wasteland Palace behind you. You're not even worthy of my attention. Jun Dingtian sneered and said the truth. Impossible, Jun Dingtian. Don't you dare humiliate me. You're stronger than me now. However, if you're only at the middle stage of the profound life realm, you're definitely no match for me. My skills are stronger than yours. Song Fei said immediately, Idiot, I've just said that your strength has nothing to do with how many years you've cultivated. A pig that has cultivated for 10,000 years is still a pig. It's impossible for it to become a dragon. Jun Dingtian said faintly. His words revealed endless confidence. Impossible. You don't have to scare me with such lies. Song Fei waved his hand directly. He refused to believe such nonsense. Then come and try. Today, I'll make sure you're convinced. Jun Dingtian said faintly and directly got off the nightmare. He then walked towards Song Fei step by step. With every step he took, his aura became weaker. It was as if he was under some kind of seal. His aura became weaker and weaker. Finally, he completely controlled his aura to be above the middle stage of the profound life realm. Since you're not convinced, then come and try. I've now suppressed my cultivation to the middle stage of the profound life realm. Try and see if you can defeat me with the kilometer that you're so proud of. Jun Dingtian said, Damn it, don't look down on me. Song Fei said while gritting his teeth. He was very clear that although Jun Dingtian had suppressed his cultivation to the middle stage of the profound life realm, he was still a genuine expert at the late stage of the profound life realm. His comprehension and means were much stronger than many experts at the middle stage of the profound life realm. However, he still had absolute confidence in himself. His many years of cultivation had given him a strong sense of self-confidence. Flowery words were nothing in front of true strength. Boom! Song Fei shouted directly. He immediately clenched his fist and turned it into endless spiritual energy. It began to rotate on his fist, and the aura on his body expanded continuously. Although he was confident, he definitely did not underestimate Jun Dingtian. After all, he had been an equal opponent for so many years. Even if Jun Dingtian did not make any progress during this period, he would still be a terrifying opponent, not to mention that he had made such a huge progress. His strength instantly increased to the strongest. A Tao diagram, condensed from fist intent, appeared behind him. It directly turned into a mountain and spread out. Boom! He finally made his move. The terrifying fist force turned into a long dragon, condensed into a shock wave, and fiercely blasted towards Jun Dingtian. This move, he wanted to finish this battle in one blow and completely destroy Jun Dingtian's arrogance. Bang! A loud sound was heard, and then the entire sky suddenly shattered. Song Fei's fist was completely blocked by Jun Dingtian's palm. His huge fist was completely blocked by Jun Dingtian's palm. The endless fist force continued to roar, but it did not move an inch forward. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. They saw that Jun Dingtian actually blocked Song Fei's attack with all his strength. It was simply a miracle. They did not expect Jun Dingtian to do it. If he was in the late-stage profound life realm, it would not be a big deal. After all, it was not surprising that he had such strength. However, he was only in the middle-stage profound life realm, and he could actually block Song Fei's attack. Jun Dingtian had been cultivating for many years, and Song Fei had been cultivating for many years. Both of them were not at the same level. So, do you want to continue? Jun Dingtian said faintly and looked at Song Fei. Song Fei's expression suddenly became gloomy. How could he not see that although Jun Dingtian had suppressed his strength from the late-stage profound life realm to the middle-stage profound life realm, in fact, he did not play any tricks, nor did he use a deeper realm. He only relied on his tyrannical strength to block Song Fei. This was what he could not accept the most, and it was also what crushed his pride the most. He had cultivated for so many years. Did he really cultivate for nothing? He wanted to crush Jun Dingtian's pride, but he did not expect to be crushed by Jun Dingtian. There's no need for that. Song Fei withdrew his fist. At this time he had no other choice. Facing Jun Dingtian, who was far more powerful than him, he had no other choice. At the very least, he had to make peace with the elders. That's good. I could have settled this myself. But now I have a very powerful female opponent. That's why I need your help. Jun Dingtian did not hide anything and said directly, "Female opponent." Such a thought came to many people's mind. Jun Dingtian was already ridiculously powerful, and he actually had a female opponent. Who was this person? How could she be so powerful? Take a leave. He was so sleepy that he could not even open his eyes. Maybe it was because he had only slept for 4 to 5 hours in the past 2 days, and he had been running around everywhere. Today he caught a bad cold and felt dizzy. He slept most of the time, and even when he wanted to get up and write, he did not have the energy to do so. There's no other way. I'm sorry. Let's see if I will feel better tomorrow. Otherwise, I will have to go to the hospital. The new year is too torturous. Chapter 1837. Many people felt that they had boarded a pirate ship. Jun Dingtian was already very powerful. Those who could become his enemies would naturally not be weak. How could they survive after provoking such an enemy? Only the experts of the Heaven Wasteland Palace were calm. With the Heaven Wasteland Palace as their backing, they would be arrogant wherever they went. Moreover, there were a few seniors who came in this time, other than the profound death realm experts who were afraid of the endless death chi. The profound life realm experts gritted their teeth and rushed in even if it would shorten their lifespan. Compared to that, the inheritance of the Lord of the Dead Spirits was much more important. But if she's your enemy, we shouldn't be her opponent at all. Don't tell me you expect us to fight her? Song Fei said directly. Everyone said worriedly. Although they had to help Jun Dingtian because of his power, they did not want to fight with someone who could fight with Jun Dingtian. That was tantamount to courting death. It's not your turn to fight with her. With just the few of you, you will be easily killed by her. There won't be a second outcome. Jun Dingtian glanced at the crowd and said, "Then, what do you need our help with?" Song Fei asked, "You'll find out when the vault is opened." Jun Dingtian said, "I'm not her only enemy. Naturally, there will be someone to deal with her." Everyone's mood was a little heavy, especially the experts of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. "Don't worry, there will be benefits for you when the time comes." Jun Dingtian said, it seemed that he wanted to rope these people in to work for him. Although he knew that it was impossible, it was enough as long as they were willing to cooperate. "Let's go." Jun Dingtian took everyone away and flew towards a distant ruin in the void. This ruin was very vast, and the death chi was also very dense. Moreover, there was also a strong dark force in the death chi, filling the entire sky. This was the treasury left behind by the Lord of Darkness. Then he passed through an entrance and rushed in. "Jun Dingtian is so powerful. Are you his opponent?" Princess Tianqing looked at Yi Shiwen and said, "He can make me feel threatened, but it shouldn't be a problem. If he dares to provoke me, I'll make him die without a burial place." Yi Shiwen's figure slowly appeared in the void. "However, if there are experts at the peak of the profound life stage, I'm afraid that I won't be their match." Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said, from what the experts of the desolate Heaven Palace had said, it was clear that there were seniors among them who had entered. They were most likely experts at the peak of the profound life stage. These people were only a step away from stepping into the profound death stage and were terrifyingly powerful. However, with my current strength, even experts at the peak of the profound life stage will not be able to kill me. I don't think so. The reason why those people took such a huge risk to come in wasn't because of our country of darkness artifact, but for the inheritance of the undead spirit lord. Therefore, they wouldn't be here at all, so you don't have to worry. Princess Tianqing said. However, even among the younger generation of the major forces, there are still tyrannical experts who have come. Apart from Jun Dingtian, there are also a few very powerful people. I had always thought that those people were the real opponents. Who knew that Jun Dingtian would be so powerful? Apart from Jun Dingtian, there is also a powerful expert from the Cloud City. The Cloud City has always been far away from the Xian world continent, but they are one of the top forces in the entire Xian world. This time they have also sent an extremely powerful young expert. Chu Yin, you must remember this name. He is very strong, very strong. Princess Tianqing looked at him and said. Yi Shiwen silently remembered this name in his heart. There is also Martial Great Master Qinlai. Princess Tianqing said a name that Yi Shiwen found very familiar. He is only at the profound life stage, so he shouldn't be that dangerous. Yi Shiwen said, "It seems that you have just entered the profound life stage, so you don't understand what the profound realm means. This is a stage where you can truly soar. If you truly comprehend it, it is possible to prove your Tao in one day." Princess Tianqing said with a serious face. Princess Tianqing's small face was solemn as she spoke, while her jet black pupils flickered with a demonic light. This is the final stage before proving one's Tao. If the profound life stage is said to be an accumulation of power, then the profound realm is the true key to a qualitative change. Once one succeeds, one can directly prove one's Tao. At this stage, it isn't strange for anyone to rapidly improve. Those profound realm experts who have already reached the peak of their lives may not even appear in front of the world for their entire lives. Under normal circumstances, they should have no hope of proving one's Tao in this lifetime. However, they have worked hard until the very last moment. These people did not come here for nothing. It is very likely that they were carefully selected by the Martial Great Master and the Heaven Wasteland Palace to obtain the inheritance of the dead spirits. In other words, each and every one of them could be the future lord of the dead spirits. After being reprimanded by Princess Tianqing, Yi Shiwen did not feel any disgust. He secretly thought that he had underestimated others. He could advance by leaps and bounds in this period of time, but it was not impossible for others to do the same. The most important thing in the profound realm was not the accumulation, but the transformation of that little bit of enlightenment. Once you comprehend enough, you could break through several realms in an instant. Martial ancestor Qinlai. I've heard of his name since a long time ago. Who knows how many geniuses there are among the immortal inheritances of the emperors? But he was able to stand out from them. Just this alone is enough to show that we can't underestimate him. Princess Tianqing said, "There is also Ao Shiba of the Dragon Island. I think you should know a little about the legends of the Dragon Island. In many worlds, the dragon race is known as the most powerful creature. Even the strength of many creatures is directly reflected by the dragon race." Princess Tianqing said with bright eyes. Yi Shiwen nodded. He had seen Ao Shiba before. He was a very tyrannical and domineering person. There is also Hua Menghan of the ancient Phoenix realm. When the heavenly Phoenix maiden appeared 100 years ago, she shook the profound realm battlefield. Many geniuses of the ancient sects have fought with her. She is a difficult person to deal with. Hua Menghan. Yi Shiwen's heart fiercely shook. He had come here this time because of his relationship with Hua Menghan. If it wasn't for Hua Menghan, he wouldn't have chosen to come to the undead abyss. Will Hua Menghan also come? Yi Shiwen asked. Why? Do you know Hua Menghan? Princess Tianqing didn't answer immediately. Instead, she asked with a meaningful tone. Yes. Yi Shiwen didn't hide anything. There was nothing to hide. Princess Tianqing just glanced at him and didn't continue to ask anything. She knew very well that she could ask something, and she shouldn't delve into it. She should. This time, the Lord of the Undead Spirits is opening the inheritance. There is no reason for her not to come, Princess Tianqing said. However, isn't she being chased by the people of the ancient Phoenix realm because she ran away from her marriage? Yi Shiwen's eyes contained a bit of killing intent as he said, I have also heard about this matter. However, I feel that there is something fishy about it. Given the strength of the ancient Phoenix realm, it would be useless for her to run away if they really wanted to eliminate Hua Menghan. Why are you so concerned about her? Is she your little lover? Princess Tianqing smiled and said, after leaving the Nation of Darkness, she seemed to have slowly released her natural instincts. She didn't scheme so much anymore. Princess Tianqing chuckled when she saw Yi Shiwen's rare, embarrassed look. Then she said, besides them, there is also Zhan Ming of the Divine Alliance and the new talent of the Sword World, Jian Wushuang. These are the opponents that we need to pay attention to at present. Although not every one of them will come, I think that even one or two of them will be a very troublesome matter for you. Jian Wushuang. It was another familiar name. Yi Shiwen's heart shook. However, he didn't show it on his face. He didn't know if they had the same name, or if they were the same person. Among these people, some were familiar and some were unfamiliar. However, every one of them could be considered a formidable opponent. Yi Shiwen. Suddenly, Yi Mo's voice resounded. What's the matter? Yi Shiwen calmly asked, using his thoughts. Use the yin-yang life and death diagram. Yi Mo said. Yi Shiwen didn't ask much. He immediately operated the yin-yang life and death diagram. Suddenly, he felt the surrounding deathly energy converging towards him at an astonishing speed. Sure enough, Yi Mo said, if that's the case, then things will be much easier. If I'm not wrong, the yin-yang life and death diagram in your hands should have the ability to absorb this deathly energy. This place will also become your natural home ground. Ha 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 ha. Yi Mo laughed heartily. Yi Shiwen quickly tried it according to Yi Mo's instructions. Sure enough, As the yin-yang life and death diagram continued to absorb the death energy, the excess death energy overflowed and transformed into the life energy when the death energy of the yin-yang life and death diagram was about to be filled. This life energy continuously replenished Yi Shiwen's body and unexpectedly allowed him to resist the erosion of the death energy. I understand now. The end of death is life, and the end of life is death. These two can be transformed. Yi Shiwen immediately understood the crux of this matter. He immediately understood why this was the case. Yes, that's it. If the yin-yang life and death diagram in your hands was only an incomplete part, the yin-yang life and death energy would be unbalanced. Naturally, it would not be able to achieve a continuous cycle. But now, the yin-yang life and death diagram in your hands has long been perfected. Even if its power is far inferior to the complete version, it is already perfected. Chapter 1838. In other words, the death energy that others feared the most was constantly attacking them. However, for Yi Shiwen, it could endlessly replenish his life energy. Not only would it not harm him, but it would also become the source of his advancement. For these peerless experts who had stepped into the profound life stage, ordinary death energy was nothing to be afraid of. With exuberant life energy in their bodies, they could easily expel the death energy. Even the vengeful spirits, death energy, and resentment produced in a battlefield of hundreds of thousands of people could be instantly purified. This was the true strength of a profound life stage expert. It was not an exaggeration to say that it could turn the world upside down. Unless they were both experts of the profound life stage, ordinary people were basically unable to kill experts of the profound life stage. Even experts of the King Division were no exception. Even if the experts of the profound life stage stood still and allowed them to hit them, their powerful recovery abilities would be sufficient to allow them to recover. However, the undead abyss was different. It was not the death energy formed after an ordinary person died. According to what Princess Tianqing had said, a deity had died here or more than one. This death energy was enough to distort space, change the laws, and form a kingdom of the dead. It was so dense that even profound death stage experts did not dare to casually step into it. Profound death stage experts were contaminated with too much death energy. This was the last step to see through life and death before proving one's Tao. For Yi Shiwen, the most advantageous thing was that he could continuously absorb the surrounding death energy and transform it into life energy. In this way, he would not have to worry about being corroded by the death energy. In the undead abyss, other than the dead, any living thing, even if it was an intense battle, could cause the death energy to corrode to a deeper level. Therefore, most people would adhere to the policy of not fighting if they could avoid it. If it was not necessary, they would absolutely not fight. However, Yi Shiwen was different. With the existence of the yin-yang life and death diagram, he did not have to worry about the corrosion of the death energy. In other words, he could attack as he wished. When he thought of this, he became incomparably excited. It was indeed, as Yi Mo had said, this was his natural home ground. In fact, he could even use this method to kill an expert at the peak of the profound life stage, causing him to be corroded to death by the power of death. This would become his greatest trump card. Let's go, let's go. Yi Shiwen paused and said to Princess Tianqing. The two of them went straight into the ruins. The ruins were very, very large. It was like a palace that had been razed to the ground by someone. There were even spatial fragments in it. They were shattered into fragments by someone's powerful force. They just floated in the void. Even the natural laws of space couldn't restore them. They just floated like this for countless years. At this time, these fragments had become the territory of many dead creatures. They lived in the space of these fragments. Many of the dead creatures had even formed an incomparably powerful kingdom. They would often rush out and devour all the people passing by. Especially Yi Shiwen's blood and qi were very powerful, constantly boiling, like a bright lamp in the dark, attracting the undead creatures to come in his direction. The yin-yang life and death diagram above his head constantly bombarded, suppressing the dead creatures that came after hearing the news. As these dead creatures were suppressed on the spot, their death energy was directly absorbed by the yin-yang life and death diagram, and it became more and more powerful. The yin and yang energy above the yin-yang life and death diagram was divided into two sides. Profound and simple patterns constantly evolved and were engraved on the yin-yang life and death diagram. If this continued, this yin-yang life and death diagram might grow into a powerful divine tool like the original yin-yang life and death diagram. The yin and yang energy above the yin-yang life and death diagram was divided into two sides. Profound and simple patterns constantly evolved and were engraved on the yin-yang life and death diagram. If this continued, this yin-yang life and death diagram might grow into a powerful divine tool like the original yin-yang life and death diagram. Ha ha ha, this is so exciting. If this continues, the yin-yang life and death diagram will reach a higher level. It might even transform into a divine tool. Yi Shiwen laughed. It was not only the yin-yang life and death diagram. At this time, the Tianyuan mirror in his body was also constantly absorbing the surrounding death energy at an astonishing speed. Yi Shiwen discovered that the Tianyuan mirror was not picky with its food. Whether it was spiritual energy, devil energy, or death energy, it could completely absorb it. It was like a tyrant swallowing the world and despising everything. As the yin-yang life and death diagram grew stronger, Yi Shiwen's own strength also continued to grow. A part of the life energy transformed by the yin-yang life and death diagram was completely transformed into Yi Shiwen's body. Almost every moment, one could see with the naked eye that Yi Shiwen was constantly becoming stronger and stronger. Princess Tianqing was also secretly surprised. She had never seen such a ferocious existence that could absorb the death energy. Suddenly, just as Yi Shiwen was killing his way through the ruins, an endless number of resentful spirits suddenly appeared in the sky. These vengeful spirits formed a huge dark cloud in the endless void, blocking out all light. It was already dark enough to begin with, but at this moment it became even darker. How can it be these resentful spirits? In this undead abyss, these resentful spirits are the most common. Princess Tianqing said, "That's because far too many people have died in the Dead Soul Abyss. Their resentment and the power of death have combined to form these vengeful spirits. It is impossible to kill them all, and there is no end to them." Resentful spirits. Yi Shiwen looked over and saw that within the endless dark cloud, there were countless resentful spirits hidden within. These resentful spirits all had green faces and sharp fangs, looking extremely sinister. Each resentful spirit was extremely terrifying. They were about 5 or 6 meters tall, twice the height of an ordinary person. They constantly moved, and then a terrifying sound spread out, causing people to shudder. These resentful spirits were actually at the heavens' end realm. Among them, there was even a small portion that had entered the king rank, and there was no lack of profound life realm experts among them. Moreover, almost all of them had resentful energy in the provincial capital. Their minds were filled with resentment, and they did not have normal spiritual intelligence. Under the command of high-level resentful spirits, they flew over, looking even more terrifying. His vengeful spirits were endless, and as time passed, more and more vengeful spirits would gather here. All of a sudden, one of the high-level resentful spirits discovered Yi Shiwen. Its cold and blood-red eyes swept over Yi Shiwen's body, immediately causing people to shudder. Resentful spirits themselves were the carriers of all negative emotions, making people even more terrifying. It's another chance that comes once in 100 years. I don't go out because I know that there will be powerful warriors who will come sooner or later. Kiki, as long as I devour another profound life realm warrior and devour their flesh and blood, I will be able to take another step forward and enter the peak of profound life realm. When that time comes, no one will be able to stop me. One day, I will break free from this shackle. This resentful spirit continuously roared and howled. It had already developed its own spiritual intelligence and was no longer the same as ordinary resentful spirits. It was the true ruler of these endless resentful spirits, the king of resentful spirits. The moment it saw Yishuin and Yishuin, the endless dead spirits and resentful spirits directly rushed towards them. They whizzed over, like the yellow river rushing endlessly. It was truly incomparably terrifying, giving people an illusion of suffocation. What is this? Break for me. Yishuin directly grabbed out a big golden hand, which turned into a dragon claw. The great dragon capture technique instantly swept out, majestically like a real dragon. The mighty dragon aura on its body was unparalleled, and it was the nemesis of these dark creatures. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the sky cracked. Like the fragments of space, it collapsed inch by inch, like sparkling and translucent crystals, sparkling with a strange light. Countless resentful spirits were directly grabbed to death on the spot, and then were absorbed by Tianyuan mirror and yin-yang life and death diagram. Just in time. Yi Shiwen laughed out loud. If Tianyuan mirror and yin-yang life and death diagram wanted to go further, just absorbing ordinary death energy would not be very useful. In other words, it would be very difficult to go further in a short period of time by relying on absorbing death energy. However, it was different with the help of these dead spirits. The bodies of these dead spirits contained the purest power of death, which had been purified for countless years. Compared to absorbing death energy, the efficiency was 100 times higher, or even hundreds of times higher. These endless, vengeful spirits were actually great nourishment for him. His figure directly turned into a flash of light and directly rushed into the crowd of resentful spirits. Then, endless flames were spurting out from every pore of his body. These flames were Nanming Li fire, one of the most overbearing flames in the world. Wherever the flames passed, those resentful spirits screamed and were instantly burned into green smoke, which was then absorbed by Tianyuan mirror and yin-yang life and death diagram. Then Tianyuan mirror and yin-yang life and death diagram would transform into energy and feed it back to Yi Shiwen's body. In this way, Yi Shiwen's strength would not decline. On the contrary, the more he killed, the stronger he would become. A sea of flames had formed around him, and wherever it went, countless resentful spirits would be directly burned to death. Yi Shiwen's martial arts had completely restrained them. The martial arts he had practiced were also very overbearing and peerless, and he was least afraid of these evil spirits. If the power of death was not too terrible, distorting time and space and distorting the laws, he would not even need to worry about it. Shwa! A sharp claw tore the space and instantly clawed at Yi Shiwen's head. Chapter 1839. At that moment, the profound life realm vengeful spirit had taken action. Even though he had sensed that Yi Shiwen was very troublesome, he still took action at this time. He couldn't resist the temptation of Yi Shiwen's flesh and blood. Moreover, his eyes flickered with a terrifying light. He had a new plot. He was a vengeful spirit. He had been a vengeful spirit since the moment he was born in a muddle-headed state. He constantly wandered in this sunless, undead abyss. Like other vengeful spirits, he slowly devoured the deathly energy in the air. He constantly fought with other dead spirit creatures and absorbed the deathly energy in their bodies. He didn't know how long such days had passed. It could have been 10,000 years or 100,000 years. Finally, he had stepped into the profound life realm because of a coincidence during these muddle-headed and unconscious days. After entering this realm, he had awakened some of his memories from his previous life. He had learned how to cultivate. The vengeful spirit itself was a combination of the resentment and deathly energy of dead experts. He had been an extremely tyrannical expert in his previous life. Slowly, through cultivation, he had distinguished himself from many other vengeful spirits. He had become the ruler of these vengeful spirits. He had become the king of these vengeful spirits. However, he wasn't satisfied with this. He wasn't satisfied with staying in this sunless, undead abyss and quietly waiting for his eternal sleep. Although dead spirit creatures were already dead in the eyes of many people, they were still living beings. Even if they had memories from their previous life, they were still new living beings. They were born from the bodies of dead people. As long as they were living beings, they had their own lifespan. It was just that dead spirit creatures had a much longer lifespan than ordinary living beings. However, as an existence that had awakened spiritual wisdom and was full of ambition, he absolutely didn't want to spend the rest of his life like this. However, as a living being born in the undead abyss, he was also bound by this land and couldn't leave. He could only go outside for a short period of time during the undead tide. At other times, he couldn't go out. If he wanted to leave, there was only one way, and that was to seize the body of an outsider. In this way, not only would he be able to leave, but most importantly, once he had a physical body, he wouldn't need to be afraid of being restrained by those fierce forces. The human cultivator in front of him, who was brimming with vitality, was the most suitable candidate he had chosen. Only by seizing his body would he be able to escape from these dark days. In a split second, the sharp claws tore through the vast sky and bombarded the top of Yi Shiwen's head. Bang! In an instant, Yi Shiwen had already reacted. He raised his hand to block the attack and blocked it on the spot. The dead spirit monster finally revealed its figure in the void. It roared and stared at Yi Shiwen with bloodshot eyes. It seemed as if it had seen the most delicious food in the world. Only this much? You're still far from being able to kill me. Yi Shiwen's reaction was even faster. The moment he blocked this claw, his other hand clenched into a fist and immediately blasted out. The momentum of the fist was like a tidal wave, and it instantly blasted out. Boom! Bang! The momentum of Yi Shiwen's fist directly bombarded the body of the dead spirit monster. The dead spirit monster was almost blasted away in an instant. It had condensed a physical body, but it was not worth mentioning compared to Yi Shiwen's abnormal strength. He was good at attacking the spirit directly. However, it was simply vulnerable in front of Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had the enlightening mind ancient tree to protect his sea of consciousness at all times. So he wasn't afraid of this kind of attack on the spirit. Crash! The body of the vengeful spirit monster was directly blasted away, and then it crashed into the group of vengeful spirits. The vengeful spirits that were hit were directly smashed into powder, and a large area of the void was smashed. Yi Shiwen's terrifying strength was reflected incisively and vividly at this time. Then, Yi Shiwen directly blasted in. His body constantly spewed out Nanming Li fire, forming a vast sea of fire that swept across the area. In an instant, he directly blasted into the army of vengeful spirits. Everywhere he passed, there was no one who did not flee. Princess Tianqing was even more dumbfounded. Yi Shiwen's strength seemed to be even more tyrannical than what she had imagined. Ordinary people would have a headache when they encountered these vengeful spirits, because these vengeful spirits had special attack methods, and it was very difficult to deal with them. However, Yi Shiwen dealt with them like a thunderbolt, sweeping through a large area without anyone being able to cover their ears. The attacks of these vengeful spirits did not pose any problems to him at all. She quickly followed up, and her first move was a shocking demonic technique, the Ajura clan's 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Behind her, the 6 paths of reincarnation wheel appeared, and it crushed those vengeful spirits. Among these vengeful spirits, only a small portion were at the profound life realm, and the majority were only at the celestial realm. Even if it was an expert of the King Division, they would not be able to withstand a single blow in front of her. This was enough to show how terrifying she was. It was not that she was far inferior to Yi Shiwen, but that Yi Shiwen was simply too tyrannical. When they were at the same level, she could practically sweep through them. Even if they were all at the King Division, she would still be the best among them. As for those profound life realm vengeful spirits, they were also wiped clean by Yi Shiwen, and he directly grabbed them to death. He was no longer interested in those celestial realm vengeful spirits, as they were of no benefit to him. Therefore, he left them all for Princess Tianqing. However, Princess Tianqing's small face was charming, and she seemed to have cultivated some unknown demonic technique. After sweeping through and crushing these vengeful spirits, she actually began to absorb the death qi that was bursting out from these vengeful spirits. She was not the least bit fearless. Yi Shiwen's divine sense swept over the scene, and he could not help but be somewhat shocked. However, at this time he did not care about that. He had such a method to ignore the death qi, but it did not mean that he was the only one who possessed it. There were too many amazing people in this world, and there were also many incomparably mysterious inheritances. From the first day they met, Princess Tianqing had already felt that she was truly mysterious and unfathomable. Although her strength was not tyrannical, it must be said that she knew a lot of things. In fact, it seemed that she knew more than Qinlai, or rather, more than what Qinlai had told her. Yi Shiwen and Princess Tianqing killed their way through, and directly rushed into the depths of this wave of vengeful spirits. It was unknown whether there were millions of them, or tens of millions of them. They were endless, and directly formed an incomparably huge country. Although not all of them had the strength of the profound life realm, but even the celestial realm was already an incomparably terrifying existence. It was enough to sweep through the ancient times, and even the Xian world would be swept by them. Ordinary experts of the late profound life realm would not dare to rush in like this, as they would be killed by these vengeful spirits. However, Yi Shiwen had the enlightening mind ancient tree, and these vengeful spirits' strongest means were already useless against him. Naturally, he had no scruples. Gradually, after directly killing their way into the sea of vengeful spirits, more and more vengeful spirits appeared in front of them. The closer they got to the center, the more tyrannical the strength of the vengeful spirits became. Faintly, Yi Shiwen could clearly see a huge city floating in the void at the center of the countless vengeful spirits' encirclement. Countless divine radiance continuously splashed out from it. This was the capital of the vengeful spirits' country. It was unknown how many divine objects and heavenly treasures were used to form such a dazzling aura. Yi Shiwen's eyes lit up. After being reminded by Yimo, he finally understood that the wealth that he could currently control was not as much as he had imagined. This was the place where these vengeful spirits experts had accumulated their wealth for countless years. If he could obtain it, then Yi Shiwen's wealth would soar crazily. Even an expert at the peak of the profound life realm would not dare to rush into such a huge, vengeful spirits country. One could well imagine how rare this wealth was. Yi Shiwen immediately grabbed out with his big hand. In the void, it transformed into a huge dragon's claw. A dragon's roar resounded, and it directly grabbed towards this huge city. He wanted to take this huge city under his control in one breath. How dare you! At this moment, an incomparably loud roar resounded from within the city. An extremely powerful expert had directly made his move. Immediately after, an incomparably vast and mighty aura crushed towards Yi Shiwen like a wave. Countless waves crashed towards Yi Shiwen, wanting to smash him into pieces on the spot. Stop pretending to be mysterious. Come out. Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. His big hand directly grabbed out, and the dragon's claw tore the countless auras out of the void. Rumble! The most terrifying and intense fluctuations formed a mighty shock wave on the spot, which rumbled in all directions. You're courting death! At this moment, 12 incomparably huge, vengeful spirits directly appeared in the void. These 12 incomparably huge, vengeful spirits had green faces and fangs, and were incomparably terrifying. However, these vengeful spirits were different from ordinary vengeful spirits. They were actually rats, cows, tigers, rabbits, dragons, snakes, horses, sheep, monkeys, chickens, dogs, and pigs. These were the appearances of the 12 zodiac signs. Every one of them possessed extremely tyrannical strength and had actually reached the peak of the profound life realm. Any one of them could be considered as a respected expert amongst the ordinary peak of the profound life realm. Yi Shiwen, be careful. Those are vengeful spirits at the peak of the profound life realm. Princess Tianqing immediately became anxious when she saw these vengeful spirits of the 12 zodiac signs, and she hurriedly said, "Puny human warrior, you actually dare to kill the vengeful spirits of my country. You're really bold. Hand over your life." At this moment, the tiger-headed vengeful spirit was the most violent, and it directly pounced towards Yi Shiwen to kill. Roar! The ferocious tiger descended the mountain and the world shook. Chapter 1840. The attack of an expert at the peak of the profound life realm was terrifying. In an instant, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. An incomparably huge, ferocious tiger rushed out and opened its mouth to bite Yi Shiwen. Roar! An incomparably huge roar was heard as the phantom bit down. Its aura swallowed the galaxy, and it seemed as if the sky was about to be bitten down. Boom! After his entire person was swallowed by the phantom, Yi Shiwen immediately felt endless resentment turning into a monstrous river that poured into Yi Shiwen's mind. It seemed as if it wanted to swallow Yi Shiwen and turn him into an idiot. At this moment, the enlightening mind ancient tree in his body suddenly burst out with astonishing rays of light, protecting him within it. The baleful aura was driven out on the spot and could not affect Yi Shiwen's mind at all. Child's play. Endless Nanming Li fire directly gushed out from Yi Shiwen's body, forming a huge sea of fire. This sea of fire submerged the heavens and the earth, and instantly expanded outwards. The phantom of the ferocious tiger was burned to death on the spot by the sea of fire in the void. Then Yi Shiwen's golden figure, which was like a god of war, was revealed. Impossible! At this moment, the tiger-headed vengeful spirit was somewhat shocked. It completely did not expect Yi Shiwen to be able to completely ignore its baleful aura. Even an expert of the same level could not ignore its baleful aura, let alone Yi Shiwen, who is only at the late profound life realm. Why is it impossible? Yi Shiwen laughed loudly and directly rushed forward. These vengeful spirits at the peak of the profound life realm were indeed terrifying. They had endless methods, but most of them relied on the baleful aura to affect one's mind. However, their own strength did not increase by much. When the baleful aura was completely useless against Yi Shiwen, then everything fell into Yi Shiwen's control. Boom! Yi Shiwen clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched downwards. Golden divinities spread out, like the yellow river, crashing down with a loud bang. Wherever it passed, the vengeful spirits that were crushing down turned into nothingness on the spot. They directly suffered a disaster. There were even vengeful spirits at the profound life realm among them, but they were not a match for him. He was ferocious and invincible. At this moment, the tiger-headed vengeful spirit finally reacted. It hurriedly blasted out a monstrous, baleful aura towards the golden river that Yi Shiwen had blasted out. Bang! 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 However, these attacks were like hammers. They were smashed into pieces by Yi Shiwen. They were smashed into smithereens. Even the vault of heaven was shaking. Then they ferociously bombarded the body of the tiger-headed, resentful spirit. Bang! With a loud bang, the tiger-headed vengeful spirit was sent flying. Its entire body was blasted into nothingness and became transparent. In an instant, it had used up an unknown number of years of accumulated evil qi. So powerful! Why is he not afraid of the malevolent energy and death energy? Does he possess some sort of magic treasure? At this time, Princess Tianqing was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. She recalled the yin-yang life and death diagram that Yi Shiwen had brought out earlier. She seemed to understand that there must be a corresponding method. At the same time, a huge golden hand formed in the void and turned into a towering cage. It came crashing down and suppressed the tiger-headed, vengeful spirit. The terrifying power caused the vault of heaven to tremble. However, it was useless. No matter how the tiger-headed, vengeful spirit struggled, it was unable to escape from Yi Shiwen's hand. How can this be? How can this human be so powerful? He is only at the late profound life realm. How can he be so powerful? At this time, the other 12 zodiac vengeful spirits were dumbfounded. Even among the 12 zodiac vengeful spirits, the tiger-headed vengeful spirit was an incomparably tyrannical existence. Its battle strength could also be ranked in the top few. However, it was so easily suppressed. There was practically no resistance from it. This was simply an unbelievable miracle. If someone had told them this before, they would not have believed that someone could be so ferocious. He is only at the late profound life realm, and he is already so terrifying. If he were to step into the peak profound life realm, wouldn't he be able to defeat profound death realm experts? Unbelievable. How can he be so powerful? At this time, the rat-headed vengeful spirit had already begun to tremble with fear. This was practically its instinctive reaction. No, it is impossible for him to possess such tyrannical strength. He must have some way to contend against the baleful aura and death aura that we have blasted out. Otherwise, he would have already been invaded by our baleful aura and killed by us. At this time, the dragon-headed, vengeful spirit analyzed. Although it had already seen through the reason why Yi Shiwen was so powerful, it was still incomparably shocked in its heart. It was still trembling. So what if it knew the reason? It was still impossible for it to be Yi Shiwen's opponent. It could only be said that Yi Shiwen was too abnormal. If it was an ordinary late profound life realm expert, even if the baleful aura was ineffective, it should still be able to take him down. Who knew that Yi Shiwen would actually become so tyrannical and terrifying? Let's go. If we continue to stay here, it is very likely that we will be killed by him, said the dragon-headed, vengeful spirit. You want to leave? It is already too late. Yi Shiwen sneered and directly crushed the tiger-headed, vengeful spirit on the spot. It turned into endless pure power of death and baleful aura. All of it was transformed into pure energy by the yin-yang life and death diagram and Tianyuan mirror, and poured into Yi Shiwen's body. Damn it! Set up the 12 zodiac great formation. Only then can we contend against him. At this time, seeing that Yi Shiwen was going to kill them all, the 12 zodiac vengeful spirits had no other choice. The 11 vengeful spirits directly set up the great formation on the spot. A terrifying roar soared into the sky. These 11 vengeful spirits, along with millions of vengeful spirits present, formed an incomparably huge phantom on the spot. It turned into a huge palm and grabbed the air. This incomparably huge palm was surrounded by endless darkness and the law of death. It was extremely terrifying. If an ordinary person were to touch it, they would die on the spot. Compared to just now, it was almost incomparable. Yi Shiwen did not retreat at all. Above his head, the yin-yang life and death diagram directly rotated on the spot. All the death aura within a radius of 1,000 miles was absorbed on the spot and then poured into his body. His body continued to swell. Boom! 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 His body expanded in circles. With each circle that expanded, the aura of his entire person became even sharper. Roar! He let out a huge beast roar and opened his mouth, blasting out a shocking wave of energy. It was like a yellow river was blasted out on the spot. It was mighty and mighty, like a huge torrent of energy, and it blasted out. Rumble! An incomparably huge explosion sounded. That incomparably huge hand and the Yuan Qi bomb that Yi Shiwen had blasted out fiercely collided, setting off a terrifying collision and causing an incomparably huge energy tide. A small mushroom cloud rose up. It seemed as if in a split second, the entire sky was illuminated as if it was daytime. In the incomparably dark, undead abyss, it was simply like a candle in the night. It was exceptionally conspicuous. This boundless shockwave spread out in all directions, sweeping out with the two of them at the center of the collision. Puff! Princess Tianqing was careless and was swept away on the spot. Her whole body was like a kite with a broken string. She was directly blown away and then spat out a mouthful of blood. For an expert of the King division like her, a battle of this level was simply like a clash between legendary deities. Even the aftermath of the battle could kill her. The collision between the two sides continued. On the gigantic palm, countless vengeful spirits were bombarded by the energy waves and instantly evaporated. However, under the control of the vengeful spirits of the 12 zodiac, the vengeful spirits persisted and were evaporated continuously. The real Yuan within Yi Shiwen's body was also being consumed at an astonishing speed. Tian Yuan mirror inside his body was constantly burning a large number of medicinal pills and spirit crystals into Lingqi, which was directly instilled into his body. His whole body was simply like a huge sea. Although an innumerable amount of seawater was evaporating, it was still raining all the time and more rainwater was pouring in to replenish it. Both sides were competing in willpower, strength, and foundation. Bang! Finally, there was another violent collision. A huge explosion sounded, and an entire hand collapsed in an instant. In that instant, hundreds of thousands of vengeful spirits were evaporated on the spot, and an incomparably huge battle dragon was blasted out. Then, these resentful spirits, finally, couldn't hold on any longer. They fled in all directions on the spot, screaming and fleeing. The Tianyuan mirror and the yin-yang life and death diagram instantly flew out and began to frantically absorb the death energy and evil energy that were overflowing in the sky. Then, they transformed it into a frenzy of energy and surged into Yi Shiwen's body. Yi Shiwen could clearly feel that his martial power had been further enhanced. Stronger, stronger, and stronger. He didn't care about the ordinary resentful spirits that were scattered in all directions. Instead, he directly rushed towards the 12 zodiac wraiths. This was because he had already heard Yimo's hint. If he could devour these 11 zodiac wraiths, he could even attempt to break through to the peak of the profound life realm. If he could achieve this level of cultivation, he wouldn't need to worry about anything in the entire Dead Soul Abyss unless he encountered a profound Death Realm evil spirit. In that case, the possibility of him obtaining the inheritance of the Dead Soul Lord would also greatly increase. One could well imagine how tempting this was to him. He immediately chased after the 12 zodiac wraiths. Chapter 1841. The vengeful spirits at the peak of the profound life realm were indeed at the peak of the profound life realm. Although they were restrained by Yi Shiwen's enlightening mind ancient tree and were unable to display their true strength, Yi Shiwen was able to single-handedly defeat the 12 vengeful spirits. However, the strength of a vengeful spirit at the peak of the profound life realm was not fake. If Yi Shiwen could completely defeat and absorb it, it would be equivalent to him winning 5 million out of thin air. It would allow his strength to soar to another level. Even if he was at the peak of the profound life realm, he would still have a chance. It would save him a lot of hard work. On the other hand, Yi Shiwen would only be able to protect himself with all his strength if it was some other undead spirit at the peak of the profound life realm, such as the Headless Knight from before. It would be impossible for him to directly start a massacre like he had done against these vengeful spirits. This was the principle of mutual promotion and restraint. With the enlightening mind ancient tree, all attacks targeting the spirit were nothing to him. There was no need to worry about them at all. Damn it, this killing god has no intention of letting us go. Let's go. Seeing that the 12 zodiac great array had no way to deal with Yi Shiwen, all the 12 zodiac resentful spirits were in complete despair. They had never thought that the 12 vengeful spirits would not be able to do anything to an opponent. Even if it was an expert at the profound death realm, they would be able to protect themselves with the help of the 12 vengeful spirits formation. Who knew that they would encounter such an abnormal person? The attack that they were most proud of was completely useless in Yi Shiwen's hands. They could not do anything to Yi Shiwen at all. At this moment, the only thing they could do was to escape. Whoosh! They directly tore apart the space and hurriedly fled into the distance. Yi Shiwen was about to chase after them. However, at this moment, he saw the capital that had been abandoned by the 12 vengeful spirits. He hesitated for a moment and immediately decided to let the matter of the 12 vengeful spirits go. Then he directly formed a huge golden hand and fiercely slammed it down. Bang! With a huge roar, Yi Shiwen's big hand slammed into the capital of vengeful spirits. It immediately triggered the counterattack of countless arrays in the capital of vengeful spirits. They turned into countless vengeful spirits and rushed out as if they wanted to destroy the world. However, Yi Shiwen's palm instantly spewed out endless Nanming leaf fire, burning everything. All the resentful spirits screamed as they were directly burned into nothingness, instantly destroying all the defenses. Boom! This king's city was blasted into pieces on the spot by Yi Shiwen, and all the wealth had fallen into his hands. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect there to be so many. Yi Shiwen scanned the place with his divine sense and found out that there were over 100,000 Xian pills in the capital city. These Xian pills had been accumulated by the 12 zodiac vengeful spirits for God knows how many years. They were originally meant to be used when they were about to advance to the profound death realm. Now, they had all benefited Yi Shiwen. It could be said that although the lifespan of these vengeful spirits was also limited, but compared to ordinary people, it was undoubtedly much longer. After such a long time, the number of Xian pills that they had accumulated was undoubtedly huge, and many of them were also accumulated from various places in the undead soul abyss. 100,000 Xian pills. Yi Shiwen, all your problems have been solved. As long as you capture those 11 zodiac vengeful spirits and devour them, you can directly advance to the peak of the profound life realm. Yi Mo's voice was somewhat excited. Other than the Xian pills, there were also some magic tools. This undead abyss used to be a huge divine kingdom and battlefield. In addition, a large number of profound realm experts would break into this place every 100 years. Therefore, a considerable number of magic tools were left behind. It was unknown where these vengeful spirits had found these magic tools, but many of them were tyrannical magic tools. Now, all of them had fallen into Yi Shiwen's hands. There were also some heavenly treasures that could only be produced in the undead abyss. However, these were nothing compared to the Xian pills. These heavenly treasures could only play their real role in a specific environment. Under normal circumstances, the effects of these heavenly treasures were far less obvious than the Xian pills. At this time, Princess Tianqing finally managed to suppress the injuries on her body and flew to Yi Shiwen's side. At this time, Yi Shiwen noticed that Princess Tianqing seemed to have been injured in the aftermath of his battle. He could not help but feel a little embarrassed. He immediately operated the Phoenix regeneration technique and released a ball of golden light. Princess Tianqing suddenly only felt that she was bathed in a golden light. Then, all the injuries on her body unexpectedly healed at an astonishing speed. At this time, she finally understood that Yi Shiwen dared to rush into such a huge group of vengeful spirits. However, she still felt that he was simply like a monster. It was too terrifying. She suddenly felt a little hesitant in her heart. She also did not know whether the plan in her heart could be realized. I did not expect your strength to be so strong. However, this is also good. For our future plans, the stronger you are, the better. Princess Tianqing thought for a moment and said, Yes. Yi Shiwen nodded and said, Right now, he was naturally thinking of all ways to improve his strength. Only by becoming stronger would the probability of obtaining the inheritance of the undead spirit Lord be higher. Let's go, let's catch up first, Yi Shiwen said as he directly hugged Princess Tianqing's slender waist. Then a pair of tempest wings spread out behind him and directly chased in the direction where the 12 zodiac vengeful spirits had escaped. His tempest domain directly expanded to a range of hundreds of miles. Wherever it passed, the remaining vengeful spirits were directly killed in an instant. They would not obstruct his advance. At this time, he did not have time to deal with these remaining vengeful spirits. The level of these vengeful spirits was too low. For him, 10,000 of them might not be as important as one vengeful spirit. It was completely useless. At this time, the 12 zodiac vengeful spirits had already escaped more than hundreds of miles away. Only at this time, when they saw that Yi Shiwen did not chase after them, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, more than a dozen of the 12 zodiac vengeful spirits actually looked a little embarrassed. They had completely lost their previous attitude of an emperor. This is too terrifying. How can there be such a terrifying existence among the humans? I have killed some experts from the outside world who took advantage of the chaos to come in before, but I have never seen such a terrifying existence. At this time, the dog-headed vengeful spirit could not help but complain at this time. At this time, his face was pale. In the battle just now, he had been directly injured by Yi Shiwen's martial arts. While fleeing just now, he could only forcibly suppress the injuries on his body. At this time, the injuries that he had suppressed suddenly emerged as soon as he stopped. Blood flowed continuously from the corner of his mouth, and he looked extremely embarrassed and incomparably miserable. Compared to us, these creatures from the outside world have an innate advantage. Compared to us, they do not need to hide every day like stray dogs. They can only be in this dark, undead spirit abyss where there is no daylight. Moreover, for us, every time we advance, there is only a slim chance of survival. No, there is simply no chance of survival. The dragon-headed vengeful spirit's face could not help but turn pale. He ferociously looked in the direction that he had fled from, and his tone was filled with resentment. For these vengeful spirits, which were formed from the darkest energy in the world, every advancement was a terrifying test. For ordinary warriors, the heavenly tribulation was already extremely terrifying. In fact, the chances of them surviving were very low. However, for these vengeful spirits, there was almost no chance of success. The heavenly tribulation seemed to restrain them to the point of death. Therefore, even though they had accumulated a wealth of 100,000 Xian pills and had made many years of preparations, they still did not dare to attract the heavenly tribulation of the profound death stage. That was because they still did not have any confidence. Even though they had already stepped into the peak of the profound life stage, they still did not have any confidence. They had a very strong premonition that if they attracted the heavenly tribulation, it was very likely that they would die here. Therefore, they would rather muddle through like this. This was the reason why they wanted to take over someone else's body and leave this dark and sunless dead soul abyss. Although the chances of them stepping into the profound death stage as an ordinary living being was still very small, it was still much better than their current situation. However, what can we do? All of our previous lives were corpses that died miserably in this region. From the moment we were born, we have already been locked in this place. Unless it's during the dead spirit tide, we will not be able to take a single step out of this place. The snake-headed vengeful spirit could not help but say, damn it, the 12 of us have already lived in this space for countless years. However, because of that brat who too died, if I can take revenge, I will definitely make him die without a burial place. Forget it. Don't let your thoughts run wild. How is that possible? He simply ignores our baleful aura. Our attacks are completely meaningless to him. Once such a person advances to the peak of the profound life stage, He will truly be able to completely destroy us with a wave of his hand. It's best for us to flee as far away as possible. Once the dead spirit tide ends, these people will also leave. The dragon-head vengeful spirit calmly analyzed the situation. When he thought of Yi Shiwen's abnormal combat strength, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. He had never seen such a terrifying human in his entire life. A late profound life-stage martial artist like him had beaten up peak profound life-stage martial artists like him, causing them to flee for their lives. In the past, this was simply unimaginable. Ha ha ha, I'm too lucky. I've actually encountered a zodiac vengeful spirit here. Hee hee. All of you shall become my nourishment. At this moment, an incomparably arrogant voice rang out in the sky. Chapter 1842. Who is it? The dragon-headed vengeful spirit immediately raised his head and shouted angrily. The 11 vengeful spirits swept their gazes in unison. Their deep gazes instantly saw through the entire space. Then they only saw a white-robed youth standing in the void. He had an ostentatious aura on his body. His handsome face carried a somewhat mocking expression as he looked at the 11 vengeful spirits. It was as if he was not looking at a person, but a group of ants. I'm really too lucky. Looks like the heavens are really on my side. Let's see how Qin Lai will compete with me after I devour all these vengeful spirits. He wants to be mentioned in the same breath as me? The man laughed loudly as his eyes grew colder. You want to devour us? At this moment, the dragon-headed spirit coldly shouted, Who do you think you are? That's right. Do you think you're that human man? The other vengeful spirits echoed one after another. They did not believe that everyone was as abnormal and terrifying as a human warrior. There should only be one such monster in this world. If a few more of them appeared, the rest would not be able to survive. As long as it was not a monster like Yi Shiwen, who could ignore the baleful aura and Yuan's spirit attacks. Ordinary late profound life realm experts were existences that could be easily killed. There was simply nothing to be afraid of. What? Have you suffered at the hands of others before? At this moment, the white-robed man said with some doubt. Could it be Qin Lai? Among the more powerful people that he knew, only Qin Lai was from the human race. Or Jian Wushuang. A cold figure appeared in his mind. He stood there with a sword in his hand. It was as if his entire body had transformed into a sharp sword that shot into the sky. Who cares? You're all going to die anyway. Vengeful spirits are the best. Ha ha ha. He immediately laughed loudly again. Damn it. Do you really think that we're some nobody? Everyone wants to bully us. At this moment, the dragon-headed vengeful spirit was completely enraged. They were dignified, zodiac, vengeful spirits at the peak of the profound life realm. When had they ever been ignored like this? Furthermore, there were 11 of them. They would even dare to fight against a profound death realm expert. Humph. Just obediently accept your death. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The white-robed youth sneered. My name is Zhanming. When you go to hell, don't forget to tell the king of hell who killed you. He immediately made his move. With a loud bang, an incomparably huge battle axe came out of his body and slashed towards the 11 zodiac vengeful spirits. Attack! Zodiac, great array! The dragon-head vengeful spirit let out a furious roar and instantly created a huge shadow. A huge hand grabbed at the battle axe. Boom! An incomparably loud explosion spread out almost in an instant. Both sides instantly turned into balls of incomparably violent yuan qi. Kill! The complexion of these resentful spirits became even paler. They had already been seriously injured by Yi Shiwen's attack. Now their injuries had become even more serious. Demonic sky array! The dragon-head vengeful spirit let out an incomparably loud roar. A huge will instantly flew out from within the zodiac great array. There were 12 zodiac heads engraved on the wheel. They continuously emitted terrifying auras that suppressed the heavens and shattered the vacuum. This was a magical tool that they had not even used when fighting against Yishuin. At this moment, they had to use it to deal with the person before them. Originally, they were extremely angry. They had actually been underestimated by someone. Furthermore, they were also at the late profound life stage. This was simply an extraordinary humiliation for them. Since they had experienced it once, they would absolutely not allow it to happen a second time. However, who would have imagined that they would discover that the person in front of them was truly tyrannical and frightening after exchanging blows with him? The might that he had displayed was practically not inferior to Yishuin's. The baleful aura that they had unleashed could not even get close to his body. It was directly cleaved apart by the battle axe radiance that burst out from his body. They could not even get close to him. How can this be? How can there be so many existences that can restrain us? At this time, the dragon-head vengeful spirits couldn't help but wail. They were completely restrained. When facing ordinary experts of the same realm, they could rely on strange methods to defeat the experts of the same realm. But when facing these peerless geniuses who had their own defensive methods, they were almost completely restrained. They were bullied by those who were a level lower than them. It was simply a great humiliation. At this moment, they could not continue to hold back. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would die. They would really die tragically here, like that tiger-head vengeful spirit. Interesting. It seems that apart from the baleful aura, you guys still have some other methods. This is a little interesting. If it was too easy, wouldn't there be no sense of accomplishment at all? Zhan Ming said with interest. However, he did not care about it at all. The 12 zodiac wheel is said to be a magic weapon refined by the 12 peerless masters of the ancient zodiac. However, since that era disappeared, the refining method also disappeared. Only some remnants of the cultivation method are left in the world. I did not expect that you guys could actually manifest it. Presumably, you guys should also have the bloodline of the 12 zodiac in your lifetime. It's a little interesting. No wonder you guys are different from the other vengeful spirits. But why are there only 11 of them? Where is the other one? Zhan Ming touched his chin. Oh yes, just now you guys said that you suffered a little loss, right? It's a little interesting to make you suffer a loss. Damn, don't look down on us. Seeing Zhan Ming's mocking look, the dragon-head vengeful spirit was even more furious. He was actually treated as a monkey. Under the control of the 11 vengeful spirits, the manifested 12 zodiac will immediately swept out countless rays of divine light, smashed the void, and directly blasted towards Zhan Ming on the spot. It wanted to kill him completely. If the 12 zodiac will really comes in person, then I will immediately turn around and leave without saying a word. However, you want to take me down with just a phantom refined by a remnant of the cultivation method? You underestimate me too much. Zhan Ming sneered. It's really not enough. At this time he instantly made a move. His big hand grabbed towards the void, and suddenly in the void a huge battle axe appeared in his hand. This battle axe was outlined with countless simple and unadorned patterns. These were not simple patterns, but Taoist patterns. The traces of the Great Way were directly engraved on the battle axe. Its power was amazing. The radiance of the battle axe made people feel as if their hair was standing on end. Break me! He directly swung the battle axe down. Suddenly, a domineering battle axe exploded with a loud bang, smashing a huge crack that was hundreds of meters wide and thousands of meters long. It blasted towards the 12 zodiac wheel. Boom! This battle axe blasted the 12 zodiac wheel into pieces on the spot, and the 11 avenging spirits of the 12 zodiac were blasted away on the spot like kites with broken strings. The originally organized avenging spirits of the 12 zodiac wheel was also completely destroyed. The faces of these avenging spirits were all pale, and their bodies began to gradually become illusory. Originally, they did not have a physical body. After suffering such a terrifying attack, they were somewhat unable to withstand it. That's all there is to it. Without the evil qi, you are nothing. Zhan Ming sneered. The battle axe in his hand emitted a frightening radiance. It was this battle axe that emitted the axe radiance that smashed all the evil qi. The evil qi was completely smashed before it could even approach his battle axe. This battle axe was also a high-grade celestial device. It could even easily smash the evil qi emitted by experts at the peak of the profound life realm. Its power could be imagined. All of you go to hell. Zhan Ming directly swung the battle axe down with a loud bang. The terrifying battle axe that burst forth directly slashed down. Bang, 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 bang. The 5 avenging spirits closest to him didn't even have the time to let out a scream. They were directly chopped into nothingness by his battle axe and turned into death qi that filled the sky. Then a strange thing happened. The pure death qi and evil qi that these avenging spirits had turned into were all absorbed by Zhan Ming's battle axe. After Zhan Ming's battle axe absorbed the evil qi, his imposing manner clearly became a bit more powerful. Even Zhan Ming's strength had instantly increased by a level, just a little bit more. After I devour all of you, I can try to break through to the peak of the profound life realm. Ha ha ha. Breaking through to the peak of the profound life realm in the Dead Soul Abyss is really interesting, really interesting. Zhan Ming laughed somewhat crazily. Hurry up and leave. The surviving Zodiac resentment spirits immediately roared and began to flee frantically. At this time, they couldn't think of anything else. This man was even more terrifying than Yi Shiwen. He was even crazier than Yi Shiwen. He was simply a lunatic. You want to leave? Zhan Ming sneered and directly swung the battle axe in his hand. An astonishing battle axe swept out, and the sky within a radius of 1,000 miles instantly collapsed under the battle axe. Just as the axe radiance was about to hit the 6 Zodiac vengeful spirits, a huge golden hand tore through the space and grabbed the 6 Zodiac vengeful spirits on the spot. Bang! An incomparably loud collision sound was heard. It was simply an earth-shattering sound of metal colliding. The battle axe ferociously bombarded the big golden hand, but it couldn't break the defense of the big golden hand. It only erupted with violent fluctuations and the sound of metal colliding. Who is it? Zhan Ming immediately became vigilant. I'm the one who wants to know who you are. You even dare to touch my spoils of war. An incomparably cold voice directly came from the void. Chapter 1843. I should be wondering who you are. How dare you touch my spoils of war? A cold voice echoed from the void. Then 2 figures slowly appeared in the void. It was a man and a woman. The man was dressed in green and looked rather elegant. He had an indifferent expression on his face. The woman, on the other hand, was extremely beautiful and looked somewhat alluring. Who are you? Zhan Ming looked at the newcomer and watched him collect all the demons he had defeated. A murderous look flashed across his face. How dare he steal his spoils of war? Was he out of his mind? Or was he out of his mind? You are Princess Tianqing. Zhan Ming recognized the woman beside him. She was Princess Tianqing of the Dark Nation. Even though he had never paid much attention to the princesses and princes of the Dark Nation, he had still met Princess Tianqing a few times and had some impression of her. Soon, he recognized Princess Tianqing. Moreover, according to the information he had obtained from the elders, he was able to quickly speculate that this man should be Yi Shiwen, who had escaped together with Princess Tianqing. You are Yi Shiwen? He glanced at the green-robed man. It seemed like he wasn't as strong and powerful as he had imagined. It had already been a miracle that he had been able to escape from the hands of the old man from the heavenly nunnery. He was merely a profound life realm martialist. Yet he had actually been able to escape from the hands of a peak profound life realm expert. If the old man from the heavenly nunnery hadn't said it himself, he wouldn't have believed it. That's right. Since he had recognized him, Yi Shiwen didn't intend to deny it. He also learned from Princess Tianqing's voice transmission that this person was Zhan Ming of the Divine Union. No wonder he had been able to recognize Yi Shiwen at first glance. Since he was from the Divine Union, there was nothing strange about it. Does this mean that these zodiac avenging spirits were driven here by you? Zhan Ming glanced at Yi Shiwen and asked. That's right. These are my spoils of war. Now that they have fallen into your hands, this isn't very good. It's not that easy to take advantage of me. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes, and a killing intention flashed in his eyes. Ha ha ha! You still dare to say that? You've humiliated the Divine Union quite a bit. As the saying goes, there's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. Instead, you barge into the gates of hell. I think the heavens really want you dead. You have nowhere to run. Zhan Ming looked at Yi Shiwen and said, I heard that you have pseudo-Dao runes and some strange tools, but it doesn't matter. These things will become my spoils of war. Ha 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 ha. Zhan Ming said crazily. His expression was a little crazy, as if he had entered an extremely excited state. You can survive a natural disaster, but you can't survive a self-inflicted one. Yi Shiwen looked at Zhan Ming, who had fallen into a somewhat deranged state, and couldn't help but sigh. Humph, it's not certain who's the one who has done this. Zhan Ming coldly stared at Yi Shiwen. What's wrong? Isn't the old man of the Tian nunnery with you? This time, it won't be so easy to deal with me. Yi Shiwen continued. There's no need for that. I alone am enough to deal with you. Zhan Ming said with a sullen face. He stood with his hands behind his back. At the moment, an incomparably huge axe was floating behind him, constantly emitting a powerful force. Yi Shiwen could also sense how powerful Zhan Ming was. This wasn't an easy opponent to deal with. It could even be considered a very frightening existence. This was completely different from the headless horseman that Yi Shiwen had encountered in the past. Zhan Ming's entire body seemed to have fused with that incomparably huge axe, giving off a heart-palpitating aura. Even so, there wasn't the slightest change in his expression. In his life, he had experienced many storms and defeated many opponents. Many of them were even more tyrannical than him, and many of them had suffered many hardships and almost been defeated. His spirit had already been cultivated to the state of being as firm as a rock. Ordinary things would not be able to cause even the slightest ripple in his spirit. This person could only be one of the stepping stones that would be defeated by him. He didn't have any wishful thinking, nor could he avoid this battle. This was because the person before him was Zhan Ming of the Divine Union. Princess Tianqing had once mentioned that he was one of the youths with the most potential in the Divine Union. He was the leader of the younger generation. For the sake of the Divine Union and the wealth that he might have, Zhan Ming couldn't let him off. Both sides had no way out, but both sides were extremely confident. Is that so? Just you alone? Yi Shiwen said indifferently. That's enough. I know that you have some tricks up your sleeve. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to escape from a peak profound life realm expert. However, all of this is just a fleeting cloud in front of me. There isn't any transportation array nearby that can allow you to escape. Furthermore, if you dare to use spatial abilities in front of me, I will shatter the space and bury you in a different space. You can try and see if I can do it. Zhan Ming said confidently. He was extremely confident. The axe behind him contained an exceptionally frightening might that spread out. Even though they were still quite a distance apart, Yi Shiwen could still feel a wave of oppressive power sweeping over. There's no need. I believe that you can do it. Yi Shiwen didn't deny it. After all, if he could do it, there was no reason why Zhan Ming couldn't. However, are you so sure that I need to escape? He looked at Zhan Ming playfully and said with a faint smile, I know. You want to use a psychological attack to create a psychological suggestion that I'm very weak. Then, you'll make me collapse without a fight. However, it's obvious that you're wrong. I don't have any intention of escaping. Your inferior psychological suggestion definitely won't be able to sway me." He was slightly startled and immediately deduced all of Zhang Ming's objectives. For him, this was not a difficult task. This Zhang Ming before him was indeed an extremely powerful expert. Just by raising his hand, he was actually able to unleash a psychological attack. Even if it was unintentional, it was even more terrifying. That was because such an opponent was definitely someone who had experienced hundreds of battles. "Oh, you actually don't want to escape? That's interesting. However, do you think that you can deceive me with such trickery?" Zhang Ming, who had seen through Yi Shiwen's objective with a single glance, couldn't help but sneer disdainfully. "You want me to have some misgivings and think that you have the strength to contend with me? Do you want me to think that I won't dare attack you and let you leave unhurriedly? I have to say that you have your own way of thinking. However, you're still far from being able to deceive me. As I said just now, you're too confident. Do you really believe that I really need to use such a petty trick to survive?" Yi Shiwen sneered. "I don't think you'll let me off today. I also want to see what kind of treasure you have on you to be valued and nurtured by the divine union. Interesting. However, no matter how interesting it is, you'll still have to die. All your wealth and techniques will fall into my hands." Zhang Ming laughed maniacally. The battle axe behind him suddenly started to spin. The entire world seemed to be split apart, as if everything was about to collapse. Countless axe lights started to churn, and all of them landed on his body, making him look like he was wearing an iron suit. It was as if he was an invincible warrior who had just returned to the battlefield. "You're still far from being able to match up to me. Today, I'll let you see the true difference between the late profound life stage and the intermediate profound life stage." The terrifying strength of the late profound life stage instantly swept out. Princess Tianqing's expression changed all of a sudden. When she had first seen Zhang Ming, he had only been at the intermediate profound life stage. However, after a short period of not seeing him, Zhang Ming had actually improved once again and entered the late profound life stage. This kind of speed was really frightening. Perhaps only that man could truly deal with him. Although Zhang Ming had released his aura, she wasn't affected in the slightest. This was because the green-robed man before her had used his not-so-broad shoulders to block the endless axe lights for her. At this moment, she deeply felt how weak she was. A king-grade expert couldn't be considered weak, no matter what. However, she could only be considered weak in front of these two men. In fact, she was extremely weak. "Yi Shiwen, be careful. There's something strange about this Zhang Ming." She couldn't help but remind him, "That battle axe of his seems to have come from an ancient expert in a box on an ancient battlefield. It's extremely tyrannical. Even if it's an expert of the same realm, he could be instantly chopped into powder by his axe light. You actually know my origin. That's a little interesting," Zhang Ming said with a strange smile. It seemed that he was a little surprised that Princess Tianqing actually knew the origin of his battle axe. "It seems that you actually have the bloodline of the Azura clan. It just so happens that I'm still lacking a maid to warm the room. I've decided on you. Obediently become my maid." He laughed heartily. Then his entire body leapt into the void. His hands suddenly moved, and an incomparably huge axe appeared in his hands. Suddenly, an incomparably violent distortion occurred in the space. Then the entire axe instantly swung. It seemed as if it was going to chop the entire horizon into pieces as it directly fell with a loud rumble. The sky was instantly torn apart. An astonishing white light flickered as it ruthlessly fell down. Chapter 1844. In an instant, this axe light seemed to have transformed into a shocking waterfall in the sky. It directly swept out and instantly chopped down towards Yi Shiwen. If he was struck by it, even an expert at the late profound life stage would be severely injured in an instant. I've said it before. Today you will die without a doubt. Only your fresh blood can wash away the shame of the battle union. As for you, Princess Tianqing, as the price for offending the divine union. You will become my servant." Zhan Ming's arrogant voice reverberated in the void. It was filled with intense confidence. Princess Tianqing's face turned pale as she faced this frightening axlight. She felt as though her entire body had been frozen in place. She was trembling and unable to move. This was because she had been intimidated by Zhan Ming's aura. Regardless of how many secrets she had, she felt like a small boat floating on a vast ocean when she faced Zhan Ming, who was several cultivation realms higher than her. Today, she would have to face the attacks of the raging waves. "Don't panic. I'm here. If he wants to hurt you, he'll have to do it over my dead body." Yi Shiwen couldn't help but console her. His hands suddenly shot out like cannonballs. His feet stomped on the ground, and a large part of the sky was shattered by this violent stomp. Then an endless amount of golden light spurted out from his body and turned into a huge sharp sword that collided fiercely with the axe. Boom! An incomparably violent collision sound was heard. The entire sky was turned into nothingness in an instant. It seemed as though everything had returned to primal chaos in an instant. The earth, fire, water, and wind had all leaked out. It seemed as though the sky and earth had been split apart and all the rules had been reforged. An endless energy, tide, swept over from a short distance away. However, it didn't hurt her in the slightest. Just as the green-robed man had said, as long as she still had a breath left in her body, she wouldn't let anyone hurt her. This was something she had never encountered before. No one had ever been able to provide her with such protection, not even her father. She once thought that such a thing would never happen in her lifetime. Who knew that it would still happen like this? She couldn't help but feel a bit complicated. The power within Yi Shiwen's body was completely released in an instant. The power that belonged to the late stage of the profound life realm was completely released. The enlightening mind ancient tree had completely fixed Yi Shiwen's mind, causing him to become even more callous and ruthless. At the same time, it was able to unleash his battle strength to the greatest extent. He was just like an indifferent battle robot. The endless golden figures in his body formed endless golden dragons that soared up and down, protecting him from both sides. Then, he sent the golden dragons flying towards Zhan Ming. It was as if these golden dragons wanted to kill Zhan Ming. Yi Shiwen had been at a complete disadvantage a moment ago, but now he had suddenly gained the upper hand and had taken the initiative. Interesting. You've actually stepped into the advanced, profound life stage. This is a little different from what the information said. However, it doesn't matter. Do you think that you'll be my match just because you've stepped into the advanced, profound life stage? Today, I'll let you see that even though we're in the same realm, the gap between us is like the difference between heaven and earth. The battle axe on Zhan Ming's body automatically flew up. Then, thousands of axe lights shot out in all directions. Then, the golden dragons exploded in the air. Boundless, deathly aura and baleful aura collided with each other. Like spiritual energy, they surged out and turned into shocking waves. Each wave was 1,000 meters tall. Even though the places that were swept by the waves weren't as damaged as the center of the battlefield, which would take countless years to heal, the entire space was already showing signs of cracking. If this continued, it would slowly become useless. Such powerful power. Is this the power of the late stage of the profound life stage? No, even the late stage profound life consecrators in Father's imperial palace don't have such terrifying power. Are these two monsters? Even though Princess Tianqing had already acknowledged them in her heart, she still couldn't stop her shocked emotions from exploding. This was simply inconceivable. It had surpassed her original understanding of things. Profound realm, profound realm. This is the power of the profound realm. I also want to step into the profound realm. Moreover, I want to directly step into the late stage of the profound life stage. Otherwise, I won't be able to do anything when facing these geniuses. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Princess Tianqing's mind. As an ambitious princess of the country of darkness, her ambition was far greater than ordinary people could imagine. At this moment, Zhang Ming's expression suddenly changed and became even more serious. He originally thought that Yi Shiwen was only in the middle stage of the profound life stage. Even if such an enemy could escape from the old man of the heavenly nunnery, it was absolutely impossible for him to escape from his hands. That was because there was no transportation array nearby that could allow him to escape. However, he still had strong confidence in himself. Although Yi Shiwen was tyrannical, it was absolutely impossible for Zhang Ming to be his opponent. He could feel a slight numbness in his hands. His mind had analyzed countless situations in an instant. This Yi Shiwen didn't just have a tyrannical body. He also had extraordinary strength. He was just like a monster. He couldn't believe it. Was he just a human with an ordinary physique? However, this kind of numbness was nothing to him. He circulated his internal power slightly, and his body was already completely healed. He only slightly refined the few zodiac, vengeful spirits that he had absorbed into his body. Suddenly, he felt a tyrannical aura surging out from his body. It instantly turned into a powerful energy, and after tempering his body, it made him even more tyrannical. Although he looked refined, his tyrannical body was not bad. It was even more solid than many experts in the peak of the profound life realm. Die. Split Hua Mountain. He let out an incomparably loud roar. Then the giant axe in his hand began to move and instantly slashed down. The axe light tore apart the space. Endless power condensed on the giant axe. Many axe lights were directly transformed into laws and runes, which were faintly discernible on the entire giant axe. Break! Yi Shiwen was not to be outdone. He let out a loud roar, and the long sword in his hand suddenly erupted with terrifying power. In an instant, it fiercely blasted towards the giant axe. At this moment, the long sword in Yi Shiwen's hand that was condensed by his body seemed to be a little unstable. It actually began to shatter inch by inch. Although it was formed by divinity, it was after all not comparable to such a terrifying divine weapon. Crack! 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 In an instant, the golden long sword in his hand directly shattered. Swoosh! The axe actually blasted down with irresistible force. It broke through the vast sky and directly launched an attack from nothingness. It fiercely slashed towards Yi Shiwen's head. Bang! An incomparably loud roar was heard. Then the axe in his hand directly slashed through Yi Shiwen's body, and in an instant he was split into two groups of golden light. A somewhat sinister and proud smile appeared on Zhang Ming's face. Yi Shiwen was indeed very strong. Among the experts that he had encountered in the past, he could be considered as a very tyrannical expert. But so what? Wasn't such a tyrannical expert still dead after encountering him? Oh no, how could Yi Shiwen be killed? Princess Tianqing was almost petrified. The endless wind turned into astral winds that raged on her body, causing her clothes and hair to flutter wildly. It hurts. It hurts. But at this time, she couldn't care so much anymore. She was completely shocked as she looked at Yi Shiwen, who was cut in half. She couldn't believe it. Yi Shiwen was so powerful just a moment ago. How could he be killed by Zhang Ming in one move? This was simply unbelievable. Damn it. At this time, she almost instinctively attacked. She directly blasted out the 6 paths of reincarnation millstone of the Azura clan and blasted it towards Zhang Ming. It's just a small trick. Although it's a powerful martial art of the Azura clan, it's useless. Your strength is still too far away. Zhang Ming laughed proudly and directly crushed the reincarnation millstone into pieces with one hand. She was simply no match for him. At this time, Princess Tianqing's face was deathly pale. Her delicate body was trembling slightly. There was a murderous look in her eyes. She had already been forced to this extent. How could she still remain silent and not attack? I'm going all out. You force me. In her body, a powerful force was brewing crazily. At this time, the two golden lights suddenly merged into one and revealed Yi Shiwen's figure. She suddenly relaxed, as if she had found her backbone. For someone like her who was determined to ascend to the top, this was an unprecedented situation. Perhaps this was not too bad. She did not know why, but her eyes were a little moist. "Do you think you can hurt me with such an attack? What a joke!" Yi Shiwen's ice-cold voice came out directly, shattering the aftermath of the chi explosion that was flying over. "What's going on?" Zhanming was instantly shocked. He clearly felt that he had already slashed Yi Shiwen. How could Yi Shiwen still be alive? This was simply illogical. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind. However, his movements were not slow at all as he retreated frantically. At the same time, the place where he was just standing was directly crushed into powder by a huge golden hand. Chapter 1845. He could not help but feel some lingering fear. Yi Shiwen's counterattack was too fast. It was almost an instant, and he had already counterattacked like lightning. If he had not dodged just now, it was very likely that he would have been struck by Yi Shiwen on the spot. And at this moment, above Yi Shiwen's head, a huge scroll was constantly shrinking and expanding. It was the yin-yang life and death diagram. The endless axe light and energy that had been unleashed were all absorbed by the yin-yang life and death diagram. Just now, he was just putting on a show. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to be easily killed by experts of the same level as him in the profound life realm. Even if an expert at the peak of the profound life realm came personally, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. He was just waiting for an opportunity to counterattack, and wanted to take him down in one fell swoop. Who knew that Zhanming was worthy of being a battle-hardened expert? He had already sensed that something was wrong in an instant, and immediately reacted, causing his plan to fail. I'll let you see my strongest state now." After Yi Shiwen let out a cold snort, both of his palms directly flew up and down in the air, forming countless seals. The yin-yang life and death diagram above his head directly boiled up, and the power of death within it directly swept up, absorbing the endless, deathly aura. It was like rivers flowing into the sea and was forcefully absorbed. Then the deathly aura was directly blasted out like an energy shockwave, and then directly swept in front of Zhanming. All of this happened too quickly. Even until now, Princess Tianqing had truly reacted. Not only was Yi Shiwen not dead, but he had also launched a new attack, which was extremely terrifying, directly using the yin-yang life and death diagram to attack. This was not the first time that she had seen this instrument, but at this moment it seemed that she had just discovered its power. How intelligent was she? She instantly judged all of this from all of this. This instrument must be related to yin-yang life and death. Could it be? Yes, it's the yin-yang life and death diagram. Most of it is in the hands of the Abyss Demon Lord, and there is still a small part in his hands. I didn't expect that he could actually refine it to this extent, and has already reached the stage where yin and yang are in balance. How amazing! She recalled that when she had looked up Yi Shiwen's information, there was a record of Yi Shiwen obtaining a fragment of the yin-yang life and death diagram. Although the strength of the yin-yang life and death diagram couldn't be compared to the strength of the complete state, it could still be said to be quite terrifying. What's more frightening is that the yin-yang life and death chi in the yin-yang life and death diagram usually needs to be converted from spiritual chi. Therefore, the efficiency isn't that high. Therefore, it can't be used continuously. However, it's different now. In such an environment, it's equivalent to his natural home field. The endless death chi is his best helper. He doesn't even need to convert spiritual chi or real essence into death chi and can directly use it. In this way, he's simply invincible. No wonder he's so confident in himself. Even if he meets the old man of the heavens nunnery again, he won't be afraid. With the yin-yang life and death diagram in hand, unless it's an expert at the profound death realm who is much stronger than him, even an expert at the peak of the profound life realm can't do anything to him. Her thoughts turned over in her mind, and she quickly calculated the ins and outs of some things. These things weren't difficult for her, but it was precisely because she had calculated it that she was even more shocked. This Yi Shiwen was really amazing. Swoosh! A deathly aura fiercely fell on Zhan Ming's body. Although it was dissolved by the axe light in his hand, the huge force still forced him to take a few steps back. At this time, Yi Shiwen's attack directly bombarded him without waiting for him to catch his breath. Another wave of death qi. For ordinary people, the most taboo thing was to come into contact with this kind of death qi. Once they came into contact with it, they would not be far from death. Even martial artists were no exception. It was just that the more powerful martial artists could withstand the greater and more sinister death qi. But in essence, there wasn't any difference. Zhan Ming relied on the axe to constantly break the death qi. Therefore, he could ignore the ordinary death qi. However, he was still very afraid of this death qi. Once this death qi was used by Yi Shiwen and turned into a means of attack, it would simply be a disaster for him. Bang! Another violent collision sounded, and he was blasted a few steps back. Swoosh! 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 In the sky, countless death qi directly swept over. It was densely packed like a sky net. It wrapped around Zhan Ming and completely obliterated him. On the other side, Yi Shiwen was constantly brushing out death qi. Although he consumed real elemental energy to control the yin-yang life and death diagram, he didn't even need to deliberately absorb the death qi in this situation, where the death qi was everywhere. This was really his natural home field. Bang! 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 No matter how Zhan Ming tried to dodge, he was always brushed by the death qi. Not all of the death qi could be dissolved by his axe light. With so many dense death qi brushing over, his axe light was completely out of control. And when these death qi brushed over his body, it directly penetrated into his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, causing his internal organs to begin to rot, directly injuring him. Such an attack method was simply unheard of. It was simply impossible to defend against. He could only continue to escape in a sorry state. He constantly forced out the death qi in his body, and his face became increasingly pale. He constantly roared and looked at Yi Shiwen with some horror in his eyes. However, he was also a little unconvinced. What was there to be proud of just relying on a powerful martial instrument? Go to hell. I don't believe that you can survive. In the beginning, he didn't care about the deathly aura at all. Instead of being tortured to death by Yi Shiwen, it was better to attack directly. As long as he killed Yi Shiwen, then all the attacks would stop. Moreover, he could also obtain a divine tool that could travel in the Dead Soul Abyss. It was extremely important for him to inherit the inheritance of the Dead Soul Lord. He began to blast towards Yi Shiwen fiercely. Swoosh! 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 In the sky, the axe light directly split the sky and turned into a shock wave that blasted towards Yi Shiwen. The axe light that was slashed out by this big axe was extremely terrifying. Even Yi Shiwen couldn't ignore it. As expected, the frequency of Yi Shiwen's death qi gradually decreased. For him, his days were getting better. You're just relying on the sharpness of your martial instrument. As long as I kill you, then there's nothing to worry about. Zhan Ming closed in on Yi Shiwen step by step. Swoosh! His figure instantly disappeared. An entire space was torn apart. In the next moment, he had already appeared beside Yi Shiwen. The axe in his hand instantly slashed down. The blue veins on his hands bulged as he used all his strength. This time, he wanted to kill Yi Shiwen. Only then would he be able to endure this long battle. At this moment, the divinity that burst out of Yi Shiwen's body was instantly slashed by this axe light. Just when it was about to slash Yi Shiwen's body, Yi Shiwen directly turned into a ball of golden light and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Zhan Ming. Behind him, the pair of wind and thunder wings were very obvious. The endless power of wind and thunder directly spread out and began to fight with the power of death on the spot. The battle between the two sides was too intense. In the blink of an eye, the offense and defense were exchanged. It was so fast that it dazzled the eyes. At this time, Princess Tianqing could only rely on a special method to clearly see the battle in the void. She could also see that Zhanming was also a difficult opponent for Yi Shiwen. He was not as easily defeated as the Headless Knight. In fact, he was not even like the 12 zodiac resentment spirits who were at the peak of the profound life realm, but were completely suppressed by Yi Shiwen. In the end, they were chased by Yi Shiwen like stray dogs. Yi Shiwen's figure shuttled back and forth in the void like an immortal god of war. He then launched an attack towards Zhanming once again. The golden sword in his hand once again tore open the vast sky and fiercely pounced towards Zhanming. At this moment, when Zhanming saw that Yi Shiwen's attack was directly blasting towards him, he immediately gritted his teeth and ruthlessly pounced towards Princess Tianqing. "Even if I die today, I will drag this girl with me. If you leave with this girl, the relationship between the two of you must not be ordinary. I will let you have a taste of what it feels like to lose something." He suddenly stepped out of the void and instantly appeared in front of Princess Tianqing. He directly opened his back, as if he did not care about Yi Shiwen and was determined to kill Princess Tianqing. In the face of a terrifying existence at the late stage of the profound life realm, even an expert of the king rank like Princess Tianqing might not be able to withstand a single finger from him. Behind Zhanming, Yi Shiwen's eyes flashed with some hesitation. If he did not care about Princess Tianqing, then she would definitely die. However, he could also directly kill Zhanming, which was the best outcome. On the contrary, if he wanted to save Zhanming, he might have to delay for a while. The hesitation in his eyes only lasted for a moment. His eyes suddenly became firm, and he directly flew towards Princess Tianqing. "Stay your hand!" With a loud roar, he conjured a giant golden hand and protected Princess Tianqing on the spot. The attack that he expected did not come. Not good. He suddenly reacted and looked over. Sure enough, Zhanming did not intend to kill Princess Tianqing at all. He simply wanted to make a feint. At this moment, he had actually already fled thousands of miles away. Chapter 1846. Zhanming's speed was extremely fast. In the void, his movement technique was pushed to the extreme. He didn't dare to stop for even a moment. He didn't have the intention to perish together with Princess Tianqing. In his mind, he was a noble person. Who was Princess Tianqing to him? Why would she perish together with him? By the time Yi Shiwen reacted, it was already too late to catch up. I still let him escape. Yi Shiwen sighed and said, in a confrontation between experts, it was all about that moment of mistake and flaw. Zhanming's movement technique was also extremely brilliant. Although it wasn't comparable to Yi Shiwen's full speed, he was already desperate at this moment. He burned his lifespan to increase his speed by a notch. In addition, he had gained the upper hand. Therefore, even with Yi Shiwen's speed, he still couldn't catch up. At this time, Princess Tianqing escaped with her life. She was still in shock. Even with her many years of experience, she rarely put herself in such a dangerous situation. As a profound life realm late-stage expert, it was too easy for Zhanming to strangle her to death. It was just a matter of turning his hand. If Yi Shiwen hesitated just now, or chose to kill Zhanming first, then the result was likely to be her death. Countless years of cultivation would have turned into water. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. She didn't even feel this way when she faced the old man of the heavenly nunnery. Although the old man of the heavenly nunnery was rude and unreasonable, he wouldn't kill her for the sake of the dark nation. A bit of hatred flashed in her eyes. I almost died. I actually almost died. However, the hatred on her face disappeared without a trace in an instant. She looked at Yi Shiwen and said, No matter what, I was the one who caused you to let him go. At this moment, she was slightly touched. She had more than half of the demon race's bloodline. Her style of doing things was decisive, and she had the demeanor of the demon race. Most of the people she came into contact with were vicious and merciless people. At this time, Yi Shiwen was willing to let go of Zhanming and chose to save her. She couldn't help but be moved by this. After all, this man was somewhat different from the others. Although he was ruthless and merciless, he wasn't a heartless person. She had found the right person to cooperate with. She knew that if it was someone else in the situation just now, they would probably choose to ignore her and choose to kill Zhanming. After all, an opponent like Zhanming was a big trouble for anyone. Yi Shiwen's choice was particularly rare. It's nothing. He's just a loser. I'll kill him again if I see him again. Yi Shiwen stood with his hands behind his back. You must remember not to look down on him. When she thought of how Yi Shiwen had let Zhanming go in order to save her, she could not help but say a few more words. Zhanming is a peerless genius of the Divine Union. He is nurtured by the Divine Union and is a strong candidate to prove his Tao in the future. Even the Battle Union's plan to fight for the inheritance of the Undead Spirit Lord is completely built around him. After he escapes this time, I'm afraid it won't be long before he recovers. Moreover, he has devoured so many vengeful spirits at the peak of the profound life stage. I'm afraid it won't be long before he advances to the peak of the profound life stage. It's fine. Once I completely refine these vengeful spirits, I will be able to completely step into the peak of the profound life stage. At that time, I won't have to fear any peak profound life stage experts, Yi Shiwen said with a smile. His nonchalant appearance made Princess Tianqing rather angry. She had clearly warned him out of goodwill, but the other party did not care at all. It was rare for her to reveal the appearance of a little girl. However, it made Yi Shiwen feel very young. Princess Tianqing wasn't as aggressive and imposing as Princess Hiyu. However, Yi Shiwen could tell that she was an ambitious woman after interacting with her. So, it was rare for her to have such an appearance. However, he had a new idea in his heart. Princess Tianqing was right. No matter what, Zhanming was a talent that the Battle Union had focused on nurturing. It wouldn't be long before he stepped into the peak of the profound life stage. If he could not step into the peak of the profound life stage before that, the chances of Zhanming finding him would not be small. Moreover, the experts at the peak of the profound life stage had already gone to search for the inheritance of the Undead Spirit Lord. If he wanted to snatch the inheritance of the Undead Spirit Lord from those experts, he would have to step into the peak of the profound life stage. Without stepping into the peak of the profound life stage, even someone as arrogant as him knew that he would definitely not be a match for an expert at the peak of the profound life stage. At most, he could only protect himself. Let's not talk about that for now. Isn't our main objective now to help you retrieve the country of Darkness's guardian artifact? Said Yi Shiwen. I've already said that I can forego the guardian artifact. What I want is something else, said Princess Tianqing as she glanced at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen pondered for a moment. No matter what, this wasn't too bad for him. Thinking of this, he did not stay any longer. He directly grabbed Princess Tianqing's slender waist and instantly tore apart space. After that, his entire body disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already appeared in an underground cave. Everywhere he looked, there was a surging deathly aura, which was also emitting an extremely dangerous aura. However, behind this dangerous aura, there was a surging divine radiance that pierced through the air. There were precious treasures within. Yi Shiwen, you have to be careful. This is one of the treasures left behind by the Lord of Darkness. It can be said that there are countless traps and ferocious beasts inside. There are even many prehistoric monsters that have existed since ancient times. They are far more powerful than the experts at the late stage of the profound life stage, or even the peak of the profound life stage, warned Princess Tianqing. She looked at the surrounding environment with a bit of fear. Yi Shiwen took a deep breath and said, "Wealth comes from danger. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Moreover, if the founding ancestor of your country of darkness hadn't risked his life and obtained the guardian artifact, there would be no room for your country of darkness to gain a foothold. All right, but no matter what, you still have to be careful," said Princess Tianqing after a pause. Obviously, she somewhat agreed with Yi Shiwen's words, but not completely. Roar, roar, roar. The entire underground was like an underground labyrinth. It was incomparably huge and complicated. It was unknown what material was used to create it. Even with the power of Yi Shiwen's divine sense, there was no way to expand it beyond 100 miles. However, even if it was only 100 miles, it was enough. In that instant, the power of wind and thunder on his body instantly expanded, forming a huge domain. In an instant, the entire underground labyrinth was completely illuminated. Yi Shiwen's eyes were like torches, illuminating thousands of miles. In an instant, he saw that in the depths of the labyrinth, there was a continuous stream of chilling wind coming from the endless labyrinth. There was also a lot of dark power and deathly power wrapped in the chilling wind. In the depths of the labyrinth, there were some huge shadows appearing. They were some very terrifying dead spirit beasts. In this instant, Yi Shiwen clearly saw them. In addition to these dead spirit beasts, Yi Shiwen also took this opportunity to check some of the heavenly treasures in the depths of this underground labyrinth. As expected, although the design of this underground labyrinth was extremely complicated, it was a treasure trove through and through. There was even a dragon vein lying horizontally in it. It was locked firmly on the ground, and it kept struggling to escape, but to no avail. At this time, Princess Tianqing also saw it, and her face suddenly showed a somewhat ecstatic expression. Dragon vein, it's actually a dragon vein. Even the entire Dark Nation only has dragon veins suppressed by the two super cities of Tokyo and Shijing. May the dragon veins bless the prosperity of our Dark Nation. Princess Tianqing immediately became excited. She didn't even care about her image. For the Dark Country, a dragon's vein was also very rare and important. A dragon's vein couldn't be exchanged for a profound core, but it didn't mean that the value of a dragon's vein was only that little. For any force, if they wanted to develop for a long time, they must have a dragon's vein to support them. Zhan Ming has actually escaped into this place first. Yi Shiwen clearly sensed Zhan Ming's aura in the air. If he fled in a panic, he wouldn't be able to escape. That's just right. I'll take advantage of this opportunity to kill him before he develops. Yi Shiwen had a somewhat ruthless expression on his face. Just as Yi Shiwen had sensed, Zhan Ming had escaped into this underground labyrinth and met up with the people of the Divine Union. Senior Brother Zhan is back. Senior Brother Zhan is back. This was a very huge battle fortress with countless war machines condensed on its body. It possessed extremely terrifying might, and wherever it passed, all the dead spirit beasts would be swept to death. Besides some Divine Union experts, there were also many Divine Union disciples controlling this war machine. Countless demons were swept to death and captured into the battle fortress to become nourishment for it. Zhan Ming's status in the Divine Union was very high. As soon as he returned, he immediately attracted the attention of many Divine Union experts. Even if he didn't want to spread the news, with his fame, he still quickly attracted the attention of many experts, startling countless people. What made them even more shocked was that Zhan Ming was actually in a rather sorry state, clutching his chest as he fled. Immediately, the joyful expressions on many people's faces froze. Chapter 1847. No one had imagined that when they saw Zhan Ming again, it would actually be such a scene. In their hearts, Zhan Ming was an invincible existence, just like a god of war. Many members of the younger generation of the Divine Union practically viewed Jianming as a god. Compared to the elusive leader of the Divine Union, Jianming was undoubtedly closer to them. "Senior Brother Jean, what's wrong?" "Senior Brother Jean has actually been injured." "How is this possible?" Even peak profound life stage experts would find it difficult to injure him. Could he have encountered a profound death stage ferocious creature? That must be the case. That's right. Unless it was a profound death stage ferocious creature, given Senior Brother Jean's strength, how could he have been injured? Many disciples of the Fighting Union said in disbelief. Although the history of the Fighting Union was a little worse than the other giants, it was still one of the giants without a doubt. Jianming was one of the most outstanding disciples of the Fighting Union. Many of them had never seen Jianming injured before. That's right. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over from afar. Upon seeing Jianming, his face revealed some shock as he said, "Jianming, you've actually stepped into the late profound life stage. How long has it been since you entered the mid-profound life stage?" Many people were instantly frightened by these words. At this moment, they slightly took note of Jianming's strength. Indeed, he had already stepped into the late profound life stage. The aura on his body was incomparably powerful even when he was injured, causing people to tremble in fear. What's so strange about that? Jianming glanced at the middle-aged man and saw some fear in his eyes. This middle-aged man had always been at odds with him. He had relied on the fact that he was older than Jianming and had cultivated for a longer period of time to find trouble with Jianming. Therefore, if there was a list of people who were most afraid of Jianming stepping into the late profound life stage, this middle-aged man would definitely be at the top. Just like the other colossal organizations, the Divine Union was also divided into many factions of various sizes. Among them, there were countless open and secret fights. However, he had never imagined that no matter how worried he was, Jianming would still step into the late profound life stage in the end. Jianming was able to stand on equal footing with him. In fact, Jianming was not even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as him. In the past, before he had stepped into the profound life stage, he had already fought against him, let alone now. Even if he was seriously injured by Yixuan, he still didn't have the slightest fear in the face of this middle-aged man's threat. As expected, the middle-aged man was somewhat fearful. A fierce glint flashed across his eyes. However, after considering this place, he forcefully suppressed the killing intent in his heart. "You still dare to have killing intent towards me. You really don't know what's good for you. If it wasn't for the fact that I still need to use you in the future, I would have killed you with a single palm strike." Jianming clutched his chest. He had seen through the middle-aged man's thoughts almost instantly. His eyes were also filled with killing intent. What's there to be surprised about? I had a fortuitous encounter this time. I've already completely refined it. Stepping into the late profound life stage is nothing. It won't be long before I step into the peak profound life stage. At that time, even those elders will have to treat me with respect and be on equal footing. Jianming spoke without a care. He was not afraid of revealing this level of information. What? The middle-aged man's face immediately turned deathly pale. To him, Jianming was like a fishbone that had been choked. At this time, not only was he not dead, but he was also about to step into the peak profound life stage. This was simply hopeless for him. In fact, he might even be killed by Jianming. "Jianming, you've obtained a fortuitous encounter this time. This can be considered a joyous occasion. However, how did you get injured?" Another skinny middle-aged man appeared in the void. A protective barrier automatically sprang up around his body, blocking the darkness energy and the baleful aura from underground. It was actually another frightening, late, profound life stage expert. Moreover, he was likely only half a step away from the peak profound life stage. He was an invincible expert within this stage. In the face of this skinny middle-aged man, even Jianming's expression became somewhat relaxed. This was a frightening existence. Even the current Jianming did not have absolute confidence in defeating him. "I've suffered some losses this time," said Jianming. "Who was it that actually caused you to suffer losses?" asked the middle-aged man. He glanced at the skinny man beside him with an expression of disbelief. Jianming was extremely powerful. Even before stepping into the profound life stage, Jianming had dared to challenge him. Although he did not say it out loud, he acknowledged Jianming's strength in his heart. In fact, he even felt that there was no one in the younger generation who could match up to him. Yet, there was actually someone who could injure him. This was simply an impossible miracle. You should be able to easily escape, even if it's a peak profound life stage expert. Could it be that you've encountered disciples from the other great sects? Asked the skinny man as he looked at Jianming. There was some doubt in his eyes. Could this really be the case? "No, it's Yixuan," Jianming said. "That's impossible. The elder of the heavenly nunnery has already severely injured him. Although he managed to escape, he will still need some time to recover. Furthermore, according to the elder of the heavenly nunnery, he is clearly only at the intermediate profound life stage. There is simply no need to worry about him. How could you suffer losses at his hands? Could it be that you fell into some sort of trap?" The skinny man's eyes widened in disbelief. He was very familiar with Yi Shiwen's name. It could even be said that he was extremely familiar with it. It was this person who had caused the divine union to suffer ridicule and disdain from everyone in the past few months. This was simply a great humiliation for the proud and arrogant divine union. Ever since the divine union had been established, not many people had dared to infuriate the divine union like this. However, Yixuan had done it. Furthermore, he had succeeded and left them helpless. However, he knew very well how many coincidences were involved. His first reaction was to say that Yixuan had actually caused Jianming to suffer losses. However, when he looked at Jianming, he realized that this was not a joke. Therefore, it could only be true. This was even more unbelievable than a joke. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter this guy had. His strength has skyrocketed so quickly that even I am no match for him. Jianming's expression was slightly gloomy. He had always boasted that he was invincible in the world. However, he had suffered a big loss. Moreover, he had suffered a big loss at the hands of Yixuan. This was simply unacceptable for him. The members of the Fighting League wanted to say that it was impossible. How could he improve so fast? However, when they looked at Jianming, they didn't have anything to say. Jianming's improvement speed was also very fast. "It seems like we have underestimated him," the skinny man said. "Even you are no match for him? It seems like we really have to ask the elder of the heavenly nunnery to personally take action in order to take him down. We will deal with him after we obtain the inheritance of the undead spirit lord. We can't let him walk out of the undead spirit abyss alive." A frightening look flashed through the skinny man's eyes. He was also a ruthless and decisive person. "You are still underestimating him. If you really think so, I'm afraid it won't be long before all of you die in his hands." Jianming glanced at the skinny man and said, "Although he is only at the late profound life realm, he has captured a batch of vengeful spirits at the peak profound life realm. I'm afraid it won't be long before he reaches the peak profound life realm. At that time, I'm afraid even the elder of the heavenly nunnery won't be his match, let alone all of you. Do you think we will all be annihilated?" "Impossible. How can anyone cultivate so quickly?" This time, the skinny man was even more in disbelief. Previously, Yixuan had merely advanced from the profound life stage to the profound life stage, from the profound life stage middle stage. However, even if this was a blessing in disguise, it was impossible for him to advance to the profound life stage peak, just like that. This was simply a miracle. Why is it impossible? I have also obtained a portion of the vengeful spirits at the peak profound life realm. When I refine all of them, I will be able to advance to the peak profound life realm. If I can do it, There's no reason why he can't do it. Zhan Ming said with a gloomy expression. Although he did not want to admit it, he still had to admit that Yi Shiwen's current strength was probably more tyrannical than his. After absorbing these vengeful spirits at the peak profound life realm, there was no reason why Yi Shiwen couldn't do it. He did not think too highly of Yi Shiwen, but he would definitely not underestimate him either. If Yi Shiwen was nothing, then wouldn't he, who had been defeated by Yi Shiwen, appear even more weak? What should we do? At this time, many people from the Divine Union suddenly began to panic. Although they were somewhat surprised, they did not care at all. The reason was also very simple. It was because they had a peak profound life realm expert overseeing them. Under the situation where profound death realm experts could not enter, they were basically the top combat power unless they encountered a dead spirit or ferocious creature at the profound death realm. Otherwise, they would be able to sweep away everything. If Yi Shiwen encountered the old man of the heavenly nunnery again, only death would await him. When they heard that Yi Shiwen was also about to advance to the peak profound life realm, almost everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. There is only one way, and that is to kill him. Zhan Ming sighed and said, "We can only unite all our forces and kill this disaster. Otherwise, we will all be doomed." Chapter 1848. Zhan Ming, are you still no match for him, even though you have reached the peak of the profound life realm? The skinny man asked again. I'm not too sure about that either. Zhan Ming frowned and said, I never do things that I'm not sure about. Anyway, we have to be careful. From the information we received, he should be here to help Princess Tianqing find the Dark Nation's divine weapon. His goal is the same as ours. It's very likely that an intense conflict will break out between us. We won't be able to avoid it. This is nothing. We have the battle fortress. Even if we can't contend against him head-on, as long as we hide in the battle fortress, even a profound death realm expert won't be able to break through it in a short time. I don't believe that he's that strong, said the middle-aged man. He felt much more at ease when he thought of the battle fortress beneath his feet. This battle fortress was their strongest safeguard. That's right, that's right. As long as we are in the battle fortress, he can't do anything to us. That's right, we don't have to be afraid of him. They immediately felt as if they had regained their confidence at the thought of this. They hadn't realized that the Divine Union, which had always been arrogant and domineering, had actually been scared to this extent by Yi Shiwen. However, they had no choice but to believe it. Yi Shiwen had fought against the Divine Union 3 times. The first time, he had humiliated the Divine Union and turned them into a laughingstock for a few months. The second time, he had forcefully escaped from the elder of the heavenly nunnery, who was at the peak of the profound life realm. The third time, he had actually injured Zhan Ming. This was simply incredible. These battle achievements were more incredible than the previous one. They had no choice but to believe that this person might really have such an ability. They could only rely on the battle fortress to protect themselves. However, it doesn't matter. We're just competing to see who is faster. This time, we separated from the elder of the heavenly nunnery in order to seize the Dark Nation's divine weapon, right? As long as I obtain the country of darkness Divine Nation's divine artifact, even if he has advanced to the peak of the profound life stage, I'm 100% confident that I can kill him. Once I kill this disaster, there won't be any future troubles. Zhan Ming paused for a moment and said, thinking of this, his expression began to recover a bit of his usual demeanor. Indeed, as long as he could obtain more of the country of darkness's guardian artifacts, even if they were incomplete, it would be enough for him. That's right. We need to hurry and find the nation of darkness divine artifact. If that's the case, even if he advances to the peak of the profound life stage, only death awaits him. At this moment, the members of the Divine Union, who had always been fighting openly and covertly, started to unite as one in the face of Yi Shiwen's threat. They were very clear that if they couldn't solve this problem, then they would probably be killed by Yi Shiwen. At that time, it would really be too late for regrets. Yes, that's right. Since he wants to compete for the country of Darkness Artifact, then we won't be the only ones in conflict with him. We can just divert the trouble to someone else and let someone else deal with him. The skinny man couldn't help but say. Zhang Ming's expression changed. This person was saying that he couldn't deal with someone else. Wasn't this indirectly saying that he wasn't as good as those opponents? In the past, he had never been willing to admit this. However, in order to deal with Yi Shiwen now, he couldn't care less. Only after he had fought with Yi Shiwen did he realize how terrifying Yi Shiwen was. Therefore, he simply didn't pin his hopes on others. In essence, he still needed to be strong. I must get my hands on that Darkness Divine Artifact. His eyes were incomparably firm as he said, I'll go in to heal my injuries and go into closed-door cultivation. During this period, nobody should go out. Just stay in the battle fortress and wait for me to come out. Also, search for the nation of Darkness Divine Artifact. Don't let Yi Shiwen seize the opportunity to destroy us one by one. We understand. The members of the Divine Union nodded immediately. How could they not know what was good for them after seeing Zhang Ming's appearance? Zhang Ming was only seriously injured, but if they had been in his place, they would probably have died tragically. In the sky above the underground maze, Yi Shiwen's figure flickered continuously as he shuttled back and forth in the void. I actually sensed several tyrannical experts during this period of time. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. It could be said that the traces and auras of the battles between the foreign masters and the local ferocious creatures could be found everywhere in this underground maze. Some places had been smashed and hadn't been restored until now. The remnant auras of these places were frightening. It seems that the people who want to seize the nation of Darkness Divine Artifact are far more than what I expected. Yi Shiwen said, That's normal. Even if the nation of Darkness Divine Artifact is incomplete, it is still a divine artifact after all. It must be extremely attractive to them. It would be strange if those big sects let it go. I'm not the only one who knows this. My royal brothers and father are also very clear about this. What is the nation of Darkness reputation? How much is it worth to make those big sects let go of the nation of Darkness Divine Artifact? Princess Tianqing finally revealed the truth. Yi Shiwen finally understood why Princess Tianqing gave up the nation of Darkness Divine Artifact so readily. It turned out that there was such a reason behind it. The nation of Darkness Divine Artifact could be obtained by anyone, but it was absolutely impossible for the nation of Darkness to obtain it. You're really straightforward. No wonder you gave it to me so easily. Yi Shiwen said, It's nothing. As the saying goes, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. If our nation of Darkness doesn't have enough strength, but still possesses such a precious artifact, then it would be no different from a child walking on the street with a gold nugget in his hand. It would simply be courting death. Princess Tianqing said, Since you all know this, then why did you choose to make this matter public? Yi Shiwen asked, This matter itself has spread far and wide. Even if we don't make it public, they still know about it. If they get it themselves, then they won't appreciate our kindness at all. But if we take the initiative to say it, then no matter who gets it, they will eventually appreciate our kindness. It can be said that it's free, so why not? Princess Tianqing glanced at Yi Shiwen and said. Yi Shiwen nodded. This was indeed the case. Even if he knew about Princess Tianqing's scheme, he would still appreciate her kindness. But didn't your monarch say that whoever obtains this divine artifact will become the future monarch? Now that the divine artifact is in the hands of someone else, how can you get it? Yi Shiwen asked again, What's so complicated about this? When the time comes, we just need to go back and let the person who gets the divine artifact take it out. Then the party who gets the divine artifact will inevitably become the rightful heir. Our nation of Darkness was established by relying on the divine artifact. At this time, if we get the divine artifact's recognition, then there's no need to say anything about its legitimacy. Age, virtuous or not, it's all floating clouds. It doesn't matter at all. Princess Tianqing said. Yi Shiwen had analyzed everything clearly and logically. If you get it in the end, then you have to support me. When that time comes, I will become the crown princess. In the future, ascending to the throne will be in the bag. Compared to this matter, nothing else is worth worrying about. Princess Tianqing said in a very straightforward manner, "This is the matter that I asked you to help me with." "I see. If that's the case, then I should be able to do it." Yi Shiwen nodded and said, "But aren't you going to compete for the inheritance of the undead spirit lord?" "Yes, but this matter has nothing to do with you. When the time comes, we may still be competitors. Let's rely on our own abilities. Don't deny it. I can see that you definitely want to compete for the inheritance of the undead spirit lord." Princess Tianqing looked at Yi Shiwen as if she wanted to see through him, the corners of her mouth slightly raised in a somewhat mischievous manner. Since she had already seen through him, Yi Shiwen did not deny it. At least before this, they were still allies who could cooperate with each other. Moreover, he did not think that Princess Tianqing, who was only at the king rank, would cause any problems for him. Princess Tianqing smiled slyly and did not continue to speak. Instead, she asked, "From the information that I received from my cousin, you came from the ancient demon realm, right?" "Yes." Yi Shiwen nodded and said, "In the distant past, the ancient demon realm was the ancient demon realm. Speaking of the ancient demon realm, it seems that it has been declining for a long time. Even the ancient country that they established has shrunk." Princess Tianqing said, "You know about them?" Yi Shiwen immediately became spirited. The fundamental purpose of his coming to the mysterious world this time was to find an opportunity to prove his Tao. However, there was another purpose, which was to find more masters who had gone to the mysterious world during the ancient demon realm in the past. If these masters could return, then the power of the human race would definitely increase greatly. It would be able to instantly reverse the current embarrassing situation of the human race in the ancient demon realm. The ancient demon realm was extremely glorious in the past. The demon emperor ruled the world, and there was no one who did not submit to him. The ancient country that they established in the past would more or less attract some attention. Princess Tianqing said, "However, it is very far from here. You have to cross the entire mysterious world battlefield to reach the other side of the mysterious world. It is a long story, and now is not the time to talk about it. Wait until the matter of the undead spirit abyss is settled. Then I will tell you in detail about this matter. When the time comes, I might also have to go to the mysterious world battlefield. At that time, I might have to go with you." "All right," Yi Shiwen said. Chapter 1849. The most important thing now is the treasure house left behind by the Dark Lord. Princess Tianqing said, "However, according to our previous calculations, it will take a few days to open this treasure house. We can take this opportunity to harvest those dragon veins. As long as we obtain those dragon veins, the strength of our dark nation will also rise to a higher level. This will be your thank you gift to me." Yi Shiwen was silent for a moment and said, "Half." "You." Princess Tianqing couldn't help but say angrily, "I just said that you are generous. How can you be so greedy in the blink of an eye?" "This is completely different. I am willing to go through fire and water for my friends. I will do what I say. However, it is not so easy to make me suffer losses," Yi Shiwen said leisurely. "You." Princess Tianqing was speechless. "Well, half it is." She couldn't help but feel some pain in her heart. How much would she lose if she divided the two halves in half? Originally, she thought that Yi Shiwen was a rich man who valued friendship and righteousness, but now she discovered that this was not the case at all. Although he was not too fussy about this, but if she really regarded him as a spendthrift who didn't care about anything, then it would be a big mistake. "All right, let's go." At this time, Yi Shiwen didn't delay any further. He directly led Princess Tianqing to kill those dragon veins. These dragon veins were rare underground spiritual veins. It was a place where endless spiritual energy gathered. However, because of this environment, the spiritual energy had already been completely disturbed. It was mixed with endless evil energy and death energy. If an ordinary person were to absorb such spiritual energy, they would have already died. It was impossible for them to survive. Yi Shiwen didn't know what methods Princess Tianqing had to avoid this. However, he had his own methods. For him, whether it was spiritual energy, evil energy, or death energy, as long as it was energy, it could all be transformed into energy through Tianyuan mirror and yin-yang life and death diagram and directly poured into his body. Therefore, these dragon veins were also not a small amount of wealth for him. However, these dragon veins did not grow on the ground out of thin air. They had long been occupied by countless dead spirits and ferocious creatures. This underground labyrinth was a treasury left behind by the Lord of Darkness. There was a lot of death chi and dark chi in it. The baleful chi had already given birth to many dead spirits. At this time, many of them had already gained sentience and occupied these dragon veins. The weakest amongst them were at the mid-profound life stage. There were even some at the late profound life stage, and even some at the profound death stage. Yi Shiwen had already sensed these profound death stage experts and avoided them. Otherwise, with the strength of profound death stage experts, Yi Shiwen would only be sending himself to his death. It was impossible for him to be a match for them. Yi Shiwen would try his best to avoid even those experts at the peak of the profound life realm. After all, not all evil creatures at the peak of the profound life realm would be restrained by Yi Shiwen like the 12 zodiac vengeful spirits. In the end, they would be killed by him. Most of the evil creatures at the peak of the profound life realm were tyrannical and terrifying. Yi Shiwen could only protect himself. It was impossible for him to be a match for them. Therefore, he could only target the dragon veins occupied by evil creatures below the peak of the profound life realm. Although there were very few dragon veins occupied by evil creatures below the peak of the profound life realm, there were still some. Over the past few days, Yi Shiwen had actually killed 10 evil creatures below the peak of the profound life realm and obtained 10 dragon veins. He had given half of them to Princess Tianqing and still had 5 dragon veins left. It could be said that his harvest was quite bountiful. Don't forget that this was only the harvest of the past few days. With these dragon veins, Yi Shiwen had already begun to consider breaking through to the peak of the profound life realm. Only by breaking through to the peak of the profound life realm would he not have to worry about facing the experts of the various sections. However, if he encountered evil creatures at the profound death stage, he would still have to flee. It would be useless. In order to obtain a fundamental advantage in the fight for the country of Darkness's guardian artifact, he had decided to break through to the peak of the profound life realm first. He immediately brought Princess Tianqing and found a remote mountain range. Then he began to cultivate in seclusion. He operated the restraining aura technique and directly absorbed all of his aura into his body. Not a single trace of it leaked out. He was not planning to break through to the profound death stage. Therefore, he did not need to worry about the heavenly tribulation. He also did not need to worry about attracting any tyrannical opponents. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Princess Tianqing did not have any free time. On the contrary, Princess Tianqing found the undead and ferocious beasts and constantly honed her martial skills. To her, the profound life realm was only a paper away, and she was about to reach it very soon. An incomparably huge tribulation cloud formed in the void. A heavy pressure came crashing down. All the evil creatures within a radius of 1,000 miles had fled in a short period of time. To these evil creatures that were born from the extreme darkness, the heavenly tribulation was simply their nemesis. To them, It was no different from a situation of death. It could be said that they would definitely be injured if they were brushed by it, especially since this was the heavenly tribulation for breaking through to the profound life realm. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation swept down. It had already turned the area within 100 miles into a sea of lightning. The endless lightning seemed to have drowned everything. In the sea of lightning, there was a figure standing tall and straight in the endless sea of lightning. He was constantly evolving his cultivation technique. Her 5 fingers were clenched into a fist. Illusionary images of the 6 paths of reincarnation were constantly being shot out, shattering the void and suppressing everything. Everything in the world was within the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was the supreme demonic technique of the Azura clan. The demonic aura swept in all directions. Although the demonic aura was completely restrained by the righteous power of the heavenly tribulation, it was not absolute. In fact, when the demonic technique had reached a certain level, it could even restrain the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, she cultivated the orthodox, supreme great path of the Azura clan, as a clan that had once produced a demon king. How could the essence of the martial arts left behind by them be simple? Although it was a demonic technique, it was a mighty righteous martial art. This righteousness was not the righteousness of the righteous and evil, but the righteousness of the righteous path and the unorthodox path. This kind of martial art left behind by an emperor realm figure could be called the most orthodox martial art of the Xianmen sect. Bang, bang, bang. Under her 6 paths of reincarnation fist, the endless heavenly tribulation was smashed on the spot. However, these heavenly tribulations were not ordinary. Although they were smashed on the spot, her body was also blasted until her skin and flesh were torn. She looked rather miserable. However, her eyes were shining brightly, as if the heavenly tribulation couldn't affect her at all. He didn't know how long the heavenly tribulation lasted, but the heavenly tribulation that was wreaking havoc in the sky slowly dispersed. Princess Tianqing slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The heavenly tribulation this time around was not too difficult. For ordinary people, the profound life stage heavenly tribulation, which had a slim chance of survival, had been passed by her in such a manner. Furthermore, her injuries had not reached an unacceptable level. She had already prepared for this day for dozens of years. Originally, she could have made a breakthrough long ago. However, she had delayed it until now, allowing her to accumulate a frightening amount of power. Within the king grade, she was practically unrivaled. Now that she had broken through to the profound life stage, the foundation she had accumulated over the years had all been transformed into strength in an instant. After stepping into the profound life stage, the injuries on her body had begun to recover at an astonishing rate. The astonishing recovery ability of the demon race bloodline was completely displayed at this moment. Most importantly, the strength of her body was rising at an astonishing speed, directly leaping to the initial profound life stage, and then the peak. After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes. Is this the strength of the profound life stage? Princess Tianqing closed her eyes as she sensed the surging power within her body. It continuously boiled and surged. This was a completely different level of power and realm compared to before. If she had possessed this kind of strength before, she would not have been so powerless when facing Zhanming. Although there was still a huge gap between the initial profound life stage and the late profound life stage, just like the gap between Yi Shiwen and the old man from the heavenly nunnery. However, she would not be completely powerless to resist. However, a bitter smile appeared on her face at the same time. I was still unable to resist the temptation. I was too impulsive and directly stepped into the profound life stage. Originally, I had planned to wait until I had accumulated enough strength before directly leaping to the peak profound life stage. That way, I would be able to save countless years of hard work. Furthermore, I would also be able to establish a solid foundation in preparation for stepping into the profound death stage. It turned out that it was not that she did not have the strength to step into the profound life stage. Instead, she had purposefully controlled her strength. She had actually thought that she would be able to rise a few levels after stepping into the initial profound life stage and step into the peak profound life stage. Her ambition could not be said to be small. However, this is also good. Since I have already broken my vows, I'll directly advance. There's no need to care so much. Once I step into the peak profound life stage. So what if I don't have a divine weapon? Who would dare to make irresponsible remarks? Her eyes were somewhat cold. Ha ha ha! I never imagined that there would actually be a martial artist advancing in this place. Such exuberant vitality. After devouring you, I'll be able to directly step into the peak profound life stage. When that happens, I'll be able to regenerate and rebuild my physical body. Suddenly, an incomparably cold voice rang out from the void. Immediately after, the endless power of death in the void transformed into a huge bloody mouth that bit towards Princess Tianqing. At this moment, Princess Tianqing had just advanced and was completely unable to move. Just as she was about to lose her life, a ray of golden light descended from the sky and transformed into a huge hand. It directly crushed the bloody mouth into pieces on the spot. The vengeful spirit did not even have the time to scream before it was crushed. A figure slowly walked out from the ball of golden light. Yi Shiwen, you've stepped into the peak profound life stage. Seeing that she had escaped from danger, Princess Tianqing did not have the time to care about anything else. Instead, she directly asked Yi Shiwen. Yes, the golden figure was Yi Shiwen. He replied with a smile. Chapter 1850. At this moment, Yi Shiwen's expression was reserved, and he did not seem any different from before. However, Princess Tianqing could keenly sense that Yi Shiwen's aura was even stronger than before. Although he had concealed it very well, her perception had undergone an earth-shattering change after stepping into the profound life stage and could not be compared to before. Most frighteningly, even though her strength had risen greatly after stepping into the profound life stage, Yi Shiwen still felt that he was unfathomable. In fact, he seemed even stronger than before. Before stepping into the profound life stage, she was like a frog at the bottom of a well, no matter how much she speculated about the strength of profound life stage experts. But now that she had stepped into the profound life stage, she had entered an even vaster space. Therefore, she was able to see just how terrifying and powerful Yi Shiwen was. Seeing that Princess Tianqing had asked him, Yi Shiwen didn't conceal anything. His strength had undergone a tremendous change after he had stepped into the peak of profound life realm. However, he hadn't caused such a huge commotion like when Princess Tianqing had stepped into the profound life realm. He was reserved and profound, and his control over his aura had reached another level. After stepping into the peak profound life stage, he felt that he could already faintly touch the profound death stage. Originally, the life energy within his body seemed to be limitless, as if it would never grow. However, at this moment, he could clearly sense that the growth of the life energy had already reached its peak and could no longer grow any further. This was the peak of the profound life stage. If he wanted to continue growing, he had to refine the power of death and harmonize yin and yang with life and death. Only then would he be able to reach a perfect realm. When the power of life and the power of death reached the peak and perfectly fused together, at that time, they would have seen through the power of life and death and would have an extremely high level of comprehension. Only then would they truly have the qualifications to prove their Tao. The current Abyss Demon Master had already reached such a realm. Although he had yet to prove his Tao, he had already reached a considerable level. Yi Shiwen, who had yet to step into the peak profound life stage, did not have a deep understanding of the boundary and connection between the profound life stage and the profound death stage. Back then, he had only felt the strength of the Abyss Demon Master. He was incomparably terrifying and could practically shatter the heavens and earth with a single press of his hand. He was an extremely frightening opponent. It almost made him despair. He felt that he was no match for him at all. Now that he had faintly touched the profound death stage, he truly felt that the profound death stage was not an unreachable existence. Even an expert like the Abyssal Demon Master was already within the scope of what he could look up to. This was very important to him, as it meant that he had recently encountered a few more Abyssal Demon Masters. That's great! Princess Tianqing couldn't help but be overjoyed. Originally, she did not have much confidence in whether Yi Shiwen would be able to step into the peak of the profound life stage within a short span of a few days. After all, this was a dilemma that had stumped many late profound life stage experts for countless years. For them, they might not have the opportunity to step into the peak of the profound life stage from late profound life stage in their entire lifetimes. The fact that Yi Shiwen was able to step into 2 levels in such a short period of time, from the middle profound life stage to the peak of the profound life stage, was simply a miracle. Yi Shiwen laughed heartily. He never imagined that he would actually be able to advance in the past few days. Although it was only a matter of time, the fact that he was able to shorten the time to a few days was due to the vengeful spirits at the peak of the profound life stage. After directly devouring those vengeful spirits at the peak of the profound life stage, Yi Shiwen finally obtained a sliver of inspiration, allowing him to take the most important step, advancing from the late profound life stage to the peak of the profound life stage. As he stepped into the peak of the profound life stage, his strength could truly be said to have multiplied. The blood within his body was churning, as he was still immersed in the shock of his recent breakthrough. It was as if a flood that had been held back by a dam for many years had finally poured out, instantly destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, destroying everything in its path. Although it had been completely suppressed by the seal, word within his body, he was still able to carefully savor the feeling of the peak of the profound life stage. The profound life stage was different from before, as the key was still the comprehension word. Only by truly comprehending it would one be able to truly advance. Furthermore, it would be an advancement without any repercussions. At this moment, he could feel a power currently nourishing his body. A warm current slowly flowed into his chest, nourishing every single cell in his body. For the current Yi Shiwen, he could clearly feel an enormous power vibrating out from his hand as he casually waved it. Every single cell in his body had become more powerful and had become even more frightening. Simply put, although he had only just stepped into the peak of the profound life stage, his strength was already sufficient to defeat several of his previous selves. Furthermore, this was under the circumstances of a casual attack. One could completely imagine exactly how tyrannical the current Yi Shiwen was. This was also the reason why Princess Tianqing felt that Yi Shiwen had become even more frightening, despite having clearly passed the heavenly tribulation and stepped into the profound life stage. Furthermore, she was even more unable to see through him. In the past, she could only see a small stream. Now, she could suddenly see a surging river. Although she might not be able to see through Yi Shiwen's actual strength, it was already enough to make her feel that he was extremely powerful. After stepping into the peak of the profound life stage, Yi Shiwen had also become even more confident. Unless he encountered a ferocious being at the profound death stage, he wouldn't care about anything else. However, now that you've already stepped into the peak of the profound life stage, Zhan Ming might have also stepped into the peak of the profound life stage. At that time, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to deal with him. Princess Tianqing reminded Yi Shiwen. Most importantly, I heard that the people of the Divine Union have even brought a battle fortress in order to fight for the inheritance of the Lord of Dead Spirits. Even a profound death stage expert wouldn't be able to deal with such a monster of war. Battle fortress. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. Even a profound death stage expert wouldn't be able to deal with it. It will indeed be very difficult to deal with it. I understand. I will pay attention. Now, We have to obtain the divine weapon of the nation of darkness. Everything else is secondary. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes as he spoke. If he could obtain the divine weapon of the nation of darkness, he wouldn't have to worry about these people anymore. Yi Shiwen led Princess Tianqing and Yi Shiwen in the direction of the treasury left behind by the Lord of Darkness. Although the entire underground labyrinth could still be considered a part of the treasury of the Lord of Darkness, the true place where the treasures were stored was in the deepest core. By the time Yi Shiwen reached the periphery of the treasury, he had already sensed many figures hiding in the void. They were extremely terrifying. The weakest among them was a king-level expert. Moreover, there weren't many such experts. Yi Shiwen glanced at them. They tried their best to hide themselves, but Yi Shiwen was still able to see through their positions and everything in an instant. He was able to see through them directly. These king-grade martialists were the various princes and princesses of the nation of darkness. Yi Shiwen even saw the figure of Princess Hiyu among them. Meanwhile, Princess Hiyu was chatting merrily with some people from the Divine Union on top of a huge battle fortress in the void. Her pretty demeanor made the disciples of the Divine Union stare at her in a daze. It should be known that they were all profound life stage experts. However, they had actually been seduced by her. One could imagine how resourceful Princess Hiyu was. On her other side, a young man in a royal robe was looking at her with dissatisfaction. This person was none other than the 13th prince. The people of the Divine Union had come to support him. Therefore, when the people of the Divine Union had appeared, he couldn't chase Princess Hiyu away. Even though he had used the conflict between the martial sect and the Divine Union to regain some dominance, he also understood very well that the reason he had such a transcendent position was because of the expansion and competition between the Divine Union and the martial sect. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to shed all pretense of cordiality with the people of the Divine Union. Otherwise, he would completely fall into the hands of the martial sect, which was something he would never allow to happen. However, this was his younger sister. He was also very clear about Princess Hiyu's ambitions. There was simply no way they could coexist peacefully. His younger sister had gotten close to the people of the Divine Union, so it was clear that she was planning to use this opportunity to pull the people of the Divine Union under her banner. This wasn't impossible. Recently, he had been wandering between the martial sect and the Divine Union. He wanted to make use of the strength of both sides to obtain the greatest benefits. However, after doing this many times, he had quickly incurred the dissatisfaction of the martial sect and the Divine Union. Furthermore, they were extremely dissatisfied. Under the circumstances, it wasn't impossible for the Divine Union to be roped in. In the Divine Union, it didn't matter whether they were princes or princesses. As long as they could achieve their own objectives, they would support the 13th prince. But at the same time, there was no difference between the choice and Princess Yu's support. Even though he knew this, there was nothing he could do about it. At the moment, he clearly felt like he had fallen into a trap of his own making. If he had only chosen to support one side, he wouldn't have failed to please both sides. At the moment, he was glaring angrily at his junior sister. Yi Shiwen's gaze swept through the crowd. He didn't pay attention to the 13th prince or the other princes. Soon he found Qinlai in the crowd.